Healing doesn't move as fast as you want it to. And most of the time, it isn't obvious when it's happening. It's quiet, uneven, and easy to miss. But it's there, in the background, even when it doesn't feel like it. This is a slow video of gentle truths about healing, something you can listen to without trying to follow every word. If you enjoy long, calming videos like this, like and subscribe to our channel Restwise. These take a lot of time to make, and your support helps keep the channel going. Let's begin. Why healing often begins quietly before you can feel it. There is a kind of healing that does not announce itself. It does not knock on your door with a big revelation. It does not arrive with a sunrise feeling or a clean before and after moment where you suddenly realize you are okay now. Most of the time it begins in a way that is almost insulting. Quiet. Invisible. So subtle that, if you are desperate to feel better, you will probably miss it completely. And that is what makes so many people believe they are not healing when they actually are. Because we are taught to look for healing in obvious places. We expect to wake up lighter. We expect the memory to stop hurting. We expect the anxiety to disappear, the loneliness to loosen, the grief to become graceful. We expect some emotional proof. Something dramatic enough to reassure us that all this pain is leading somewhere. But healing rarely performs for you like that. In the beginning, it often hides in places that feel ordinary, boring, or even disappointing. Sometimes healing starts the moment you stop rereading that message for the 50th time. Not because you are over it, but because your nervous system is too tired to keep bleeding in the same spot. Sometimes it starts when you finally cry less, not because you have processed everything, but because your body is trying to conserve energy. Sometimes it starts when you no longer have the same appetite for chaos that once felt like home. And the strangest part is, when this is happening, you usually do not feel healed. You feel numb, confused, detached, flat, maybe even worse in some ways. That is the part nobody explains well enough. A lot of healing begins as regulation, not relief. Your body and mind do not rush to make you feel happy first. They try to make you feel safe first. And safety can feel very unfamiliar when you have been living in survival mode for a long time. If your system has gotten used to intensity, unpredictability, overthinking, abandonment, hypervigilance, or emotional whiplash, then peace does not immediately feel peaceful. It can feel empty, suspicious, wrong. This is why people sometimes leave healthy situations and run back to painful ones. Not because pain is better, but because pain is familiar. The brain is constantly trying to predict what comes next. Familiarity gives it a weird sense of control, even if what is familiar is hurting you. There is actually a reason for this that is deeply human. When you have been under stress for long periods, your nervous system learns to organize itself around survival. It gets very good at scanning for danger, replaying what went wrong, bracing for what might happen, and keeping you emotionally prepared for impact. So when the danger starts to pass, your system does not instantly switch into joy. It often enters a kind of in-between space first. A quiet recalibration, less alarm, but not yet peace. Less collapse, but not yet ease. And if nobody tells you this, you will think something is broken. You will think, why do I still feel weird if I am doing all the right things? Why am I still tired if I am trying so hard? Why does this still ache if I am technically moving on? But that weirdness is often the sound of your inner world changing shape. Healing can look like not reacting as fast as you used to. Like taking 10 extra minutes to answer instead of immediately panicking. Like not checking who viewed your story. Like noticing that something hurt you and not instantly blaming yourself for it. Like sleeping a little deeper one night and not even realizing that mattered. Like laughing once in the middle of a hard week and almost feeling guilty for it. These are not small things. These are seismic shifts in disguise. But because they do not come with music swelling in the background, people overlook them. They think healing has to be cinematic to be real. They think if they still have bad days, they must be back at the beginning. But healing is not a straight line, and it is definitely not a performance. It is 1,000 private decisions your body and mind start making before your emotions can catch up. And honestly, that can be one of the loneliest parts, because while something inside you is slowly reorganizing, the outside world may not notice. Your friends may not notice. Even you may not notice. You may still feel like the same person carrying the same ache, walking through the same life. But under the surface, there are tiny rebellions happening. You are pausing where you used to chase. You are resting where you used to prove. You are becoming more honest about what drains you. You are feeling less tempted to abandon yourself just to keep someone close. That is not nothing. That is the beginning of your life becoming livable again. And I think one of the most soothing truths about healing is this: just because you cannot feel the full warmth of it yet does not mean it is not already happening. A seed underground does not look alive in the way we expect life to look. There is no applause for roots, no visible reward for all that unseen work. But that does not mean growth is absent. It means growth is hidden because hidden things are often the first things that have to become strong. The same is true for you. You may not feel transformed yet. You may still have nights where the grief comes back, where the memory stings, where your chest tightens, where the old version of you seems closer than the healed one. But if you are even slightly less willing to betray yourself for what hurts you, something has already begun. If you are even a little more aware of what you need, something has already begun. If your pain is no longer the only voice in the room, something has already begun. And maybe that is what makes healing so sacred, not that it arrives loudly, but that it keeps choosing you quietly, again and again, in small merciful ways you almost do not notice until one day you look back and realize the person who once could not breathe through this somehow made it here. Not all at once, not dramatically, but truly. The hidden signs: you are already doing better than you think. Most people think they will know the moment they start to feel better, but the truth is, they usually do not notice it away. They only notice when things get worse. They notice when they cannot sleep at night, when they cry much, when they stop caring about things, when their thoughts feel too heavy to handle. Pain is loud and easy to recognize. Getting better is often very quiet, so quiet that it can happen right in front of you without you even realizing it. That is why many people are actually making progress with their emotions. They still think they are failing. They are looking for signs that they are getting better, but most of the time it starts with small changes in how they react to things, their energy levels, their boundaries, and the choices they make when they are alone. These changes start in places that may not seem important at first, which is why people often overlook them. One of the hidden signs that you are doing better than you think is that pain does not affect you as much as it used to. This does not mean you never get hurt or never feel sad. It means the pain does not last long as it used to. What used to ruin your week might now only ruin your evening. What used to make you feel anxious for hours might now pass quickly. This is not a thing. It means that something inside of you is changing. Your body is slowly learning that not every difficult emotion is an emergency. This matters a lot, because when you have been living in a state of stress, for a time your body gets used to reacting as if every little thing is a threat. So if you are recovering from emotions, even a little faster than you used to, if you are feeling better sooner than before, that is not a weakness, that is a sign of healing, even if it still feels messy. Another sign that often goes unnoticed is that some things no longer have the power over you. You may still think about them. You may still feel something when you do, but they no longer control your emotions the way they used to. That memory may still be painful. It does not ruin your whole day. That person may still cross your mind. You are not as willing to sacrifice your own well-being just to feel close to them. That old habit may still tempt you. You can now see the negative effects it has on you more clearly. This is a part of growing and changing, because from the inside, it may not always feel like you are getting stronger. Sometimes it just feels like you are becoming more distant or numb, or less invested. What is really happening is that your heart is becoming less easily manipulated, and your mind is becoming less controlled by things that used to feel irresistible. This is a change, even if it happens so slowly that you barely notice it. You may also be doing better than you think if your body has started to reject things that your old self used to tolerate. This can happen in ordinary ways. You may feel drained after conversations. You may feel restless in environments that once felt normal. You may notice that you have patience for emotional games, fake relationships, chaos, inconsistency, or one-sided relationships. At first, this can make you think that something is wrong with you. You may wonder if you are becoming too sensitive, too withdrawn, too difficult, or too hard to please. Often this is not what is happening at all. Often your body is just becoming more honest. For a time, you may have learned to ignore your own discomfort just to survive, just to stay connected, just to keep the peace. You may have gotten so used to feeling uncomfortable that you stopped recognizing it as harm. So when your body starts to resist things that your old self used to accept, it can feel inconvenient before it feels empowering. This resistance is not a step backwards. It is a sign that you are becoming more aware. Another hidden sign is that you are taking care of yourself in ways that may seem small. They actually matter a lot. Maybe you are sleeping a little better than before. Maybe you are eating before you get too hungry. Maybe you are spending time chasing people who confuse you. Maybe you are not explaining yourself much. Maybe you are letting yourself rest without feeling like you need to earn it. Maybe you are taking your feelings more seriously, even if it is just in private. These things may not seem like the kind of healing that people talk about or celebrate. They are often the first signs that your relationship with yourself is changing. A lot of healing does not start with feeling confident. It starts with behavior. It starts with acts of self-respect that happen before your emotions catch up. You do not always feel worthy before you start treating yourself with care. Sometimes you have to act like you matter before you fully believe you do. That is how you rebuild trust with yourself. Maybe one of the most important signs of all is that the negative stories you tell yourself no longer feel as true. That old voice may still show up, the one that says you are much too broken, too behind, too hard to love, too damaged to fully recover. Maybe now, even if only for a moment, another voice appears beside it. A quieter voice. A newer voice. A voice that does not fully agree with the voice. This is not a thing. This is the beginning of freedom. Because healing does not mean your old wounds stop hurting. It means they slowly stop feeling like the truth. Once that starts happening, even a little, your whole inner world begins to shift in ways that will eventually change your life. So if you have been waiting for some proof that you are finally getting better, maybe the truth is that the proof has already been showing up in smaller, quieter ways than you expected. Maybe healing has been happening in your emotional spirals, your clearer boundaries, your slower reactions, your growing honesty, your deeper exhaustion with things that hurt you, and your subtle return to the parts of yourself that once felt unreachable. This kind of progress is easy to miss if you are only looking for signs. It is real. If it is happening, even imperfectly, then you are not as stuck as you think. You are already moving, already changing, already becoming someone who can handle life in a way. Why rest is not wasted time in emotional recovery. One of the most harmful lies people carry into healing is the idea that if you are not actively pushing, fixing, processing, journaling, improving, understanding, and moving forward every single day, then you must be falling behind. That mindset sounds productive on the surface, but in emotional recovery, it can quietly become another form of self-punishment. Because when you are already hurting, already carrying grief, stress, heartbreak, burnout, or the aftermath of surviving too much for too long, the last thing your mind and body need is more pressure disguised as progress. And yet that is exactly what so many people do to themselves. They turn healing into another performance, another deadline, another thing to fail at. Then they wonder why they feel exhausted even while trying so hard to get better. What makes this especially painful is that rest often feels wrong precisely when you need it most. If you have spent a long time in survival mode, stillness can feel unfamiliar, unearned, or even unsafe. When your nervous system has been trained around urgency, your body starts associating movement with control. Staying busy becomes a way to avoid collapse. Overthinking becomes a way to feel prepared. Constant self-analysis starts to feel like responsibility, when sometimes it is really just fear in a smarter outfit. So, when you finally slow down, instead of feeling peace, you may feel guilt, restlessness, anxiety, a strange emptiness that makes you think you are doing something wrong. But that discomfort does not mean rest is bad for you. Very often, it means your system has not had enough of it to remember what safety feels like. This is something people rarely talk about clearly enough. Rest is not only about physical tiredness, it is about nervous system repair. Emotional pain is not just a thought problem, it lives in the body too. When you are grieving, heartbroken, constantly anxious, or carrying unresolved stress, your body does not simply sit there politely while your mind suffers. It participates. Your muscles stay tighter. Your sleep gets lighter. Your digestion changes. Your energy becomes less stable. Your brain stays more alert for threat. Even when nothing dramatic is happening in the moment, your system can remain stuck in a low-grade state of internal bracing. And if that state continues long enough, you begin to confuse exhaustion with normal life. That is why rest is not laziness in recovery. It is repair. It is your body getting a chance to stop defending itself long enough to begin recalibrating. It is your brain having the space to stop scanning and start integrating. In psychology and neuroscience, a lot of healing is not created by endlessly revisiting pain, but by giving the mind and body enough safety to process what they have already been carrying. Sleep helps memory reconsolidation. Quiet reduces stress load. Slower days give your emotional system a chance to come down from constant activation. This is not weakness. This is biology. You cannot force a wound to close faster by poking it every hour to see if it still hurts. In fact, that usually delays healing. The same is true emotionally. A lot of people secretly believe that if they rest too much, they will get stuck. They think if they stop pushing for a while, they will become lazy, unmotivated, or swallowed by their sadness. And to be fair, there is a difference between intentional rest and shutting down completely. But the answer is not to fear rest. The answer is to understand it. Rest is not the same as giving up. It is not avoidance when it is chosen with awareness. It is not wasted time when it is creating the internal conditions that recovery actually requires. Sometimes the most productive thing you can do for your healing is to stop trying to squeeze insight out of a depleted mind. Sometimes your next breakthrough is not hiding in one more conversation, one more late-night overanalysis, one more attempt to force closure out of something that already took too much from you. Sometimes it is hiding in sleep, in silence, in doing less long enough for your system to remember how to breathe without bracing. And this is where people often get confused, because rest does not always feel noble. It can look boring. It can look like saying no. It can look like spending a weekend doing almost nothing and feeling weirdly guilty the whole time. It can look like lying down before you think you deserve to. It can look like leaving messages unanswered until you have the energy to respond honestly. It can look like not turning every hard feeling into a project. It can look like not trying to transform every painful chapter into wisdom by the end of the week. That kind of rest can feel deeply uncomfortable if your identity has been built around endurance, hyperproductivity, emotional overfunctioning, or being the person who always keeps going no matter what. But just because rest threatens the version of you that survived through overdrive does not mean it threatens the version of you that is trying to heal. In fact, one of the hidden signs that emotional recovery is beginning is that you start craving rest in a more honest way, not escapism, not numbness. Rest. You start noticing how tired your soul has actually been. You begin to feel the cost of constantly overriding yourself. You realize how much of your life has been spent earning your right to pause instead of understanding that pause is part of what keeps you human. That realization can be emotional because it forces you to see how often you have abandoned your own needs in the name of being strong. But it is also deeply freeing because once you understand that rest is part of healing rather than an obstacle to it, you stop punishing yourself for being a living thing with limits. And maybe that is the truth a lot of people need most. You do not have to be in constant motion to be making progress. You do not have to feel mentally sharp, emotionally insightful, and spiritually resilient every day for your healing to count. Some days, progress is simply not making things worse. Some days, progress is choosing softness over self-attack. Some days, progress is taking your exhaustion seriously instead of treating it like a character flaw. The body does not heal best under threat, and neither does the heart. Real recovery often needs more stillness than people expect and more patience than they want. But that does not make it passive. It makes it real. So if rest has been feeling uncomfortable, guilty, or undeserved lately, maybe that is not proof you are wasting time. Maybe it is proof you are standing at the edge of a kind of healing that does not come through force. Maybe your system is asking for the very thing your old survival patterns taught you to distrust. And maybe learning to rest without turning it into a moral failure is not a side note in emotional recovery. Maybe it is one of the deepest forms of recovery there is. The truth about outgrowing pain without forcing yourself. There comes a point in healing where you get tired of trying to force yourself into being okay. Not because you do not want peace, but because you are exhausted from treating your pain like a problem that needs to be bullied into disappearing. You read the advice, you try to stay positive, you tell yourself to move on, let go, stop thinking about it, stop caring, stop missing them, stop feeling stuck. And maybe for a little while, that kind of pressure makes you feel productive. It gives you the illusion that you are doing something. But deep down, it often creates a second layer of suffering, because now you are not only hurting, you are also judging yourself for the pace at which you are hurting. That is one of the quietest ways people make emotional pain last longer. They do not just feel the wound, they fight the wound every day and then wonder why it never seems to soften. The truth is, a lot of pain is not outgrown through force. It is outgrown through truth, time, and enough lived experience to make the old attachment stop fitting the same way. That can be frustrating to hear, especially if you are someone who likes progress, closure, answers, and visible movement, because there is a part of all of us that wants to heal efficiently. We want to skip the messy middle and arrive at wisdom as quickly as possible. We want to feel one powerful realization and suddenly be free. But most real healing does not happen like that. Most of the time, the pain fades because your life slowly becomes too honest to keep organizing itself around what once broke you. That is what people often misunderstand about emotional growth. They think outgrowing pain means waking up one day and feeling nothing. But more often, it means the thing that once had such a powerful emotional grip on you starts taking up less space because you are changing around it. Your standards change. Your self-respect changes. Your nervous system changes. Your capacity to see clearly changes. And eventually, something that once felt enormous begins to feel smaller, not because it never mattered, but because you are no longer the same person who needed it in the same way. That process is not always dramatic. In fact, it is usually almost invisible while it is happening. It may look like still thinking about the same thing, but reacting to it differently. It may look like missing someone and still knowing you cannot go back. It may look like feeling the ache and not making it your whole identity. It may look like crying less, checking less, hoping less, explaining less, and slowly finding that the emotional urgency is thinning out even before your mind fully admits it. This is why so many people are healing while still believing they are stuck. They assume if they still feel pain, then nothing has changed. But pain lingering does not mean growth is absent. Sometimes pain stays long enough for you to become someone new in its presence. And this matters because when people try to force themselves to outgrow pain too early, they often end up performing detachment instead of actually reaching it. They say they are over it while still emotionally revolving around it. They act unbothered while privately still measuring their worth against what hurt them. They rush to call something a lesson before they have actually metabolized what it cost them. That kind of forced closure can look mature from the outside, but internally, it often leaves people fragmented. One part of them is trying to move on while another part still feels abandoned. confused and unheard. Healing does not work well when your inner world is being dragged faster than it can integrate. This is where compassion becomes more powerful than pressure. Not soft, vague compassion that excuses every unhealthy pattern forever, but honest compassion. The kind that says, yes, this still hurts, and that does not mean I am weak. The kind that says I do not need to shame myself into evolving. The kind that understands that emotional attachment does not dissolve on command, just because your logical mind knows better. There is a difference between knowing something is over and having your body fully believe it. Your thoughts can understand the truth long before your nervous system catches up. That is why healing often feels so contradictory. You can know exactly what you deserve and still grieve what could not give it to you. You can understand why something ended and still ache over the version of it you hoped would exist. That is not stupidity. That is human attachment untangling itself in real time. And here is what starts to happen when you stop forcing it. You become more available to the kind of growth that actually lasts. You stop trying to rush yourself into a version of peace that has not rooted yet, and instead you let life teach you what your pain could never teach through pressure alone. You let your disappointments become clarifying instead of defining. You let your boundaries become more honest. You let your standards become more expensive. You start seeing more clearly what drains you, what manipulates you, what keeps you emotionally hungry, what makes you betray yourself just to feel chosen. And little by little, the thing that once felt impossible to release starts losing its authority over you. Not because you forced it to. Because you finally saw enough. Because your heart got tired of negotiating with what keeps hurting it. Because your soul became too honest to keep romanticizing the same wound. That is often how outgrowing pain really happens. It is not a sudden act of discipline. It is a slow refusal to keep shrinking yourself around something that no longer aligns with who you are becoming. And yes, this can feel frustratingly slow. There may be days where you think you are past it, and then something pulls you right back into the ache. A song, a date, a memory, a version of yourself you barely recognize but still miss. That does not mean you have failed. It does not mean you are back at the beginning. Healing is not measured by whether pain revisits you. It is measured by whether pain still gets to define you. There is a huge difference between feeling something and living inside it. So if you are in that strange space where you are no longer who you were when the wound was fresh, but not fully free of it either, maybe the truth is that you do not need to force anything right now. Maybe what is happening is quieter and more real than that. Maybe you are not meant to drag yourself out of this all at once. Maybe you are meant to become someone the pain can no longer fully belong to. And when that happens, the release is often not dramatic. It is almost tender. One day you just notice that what once consumed you now only visits. What once defined your emotional world now only brushes against it. What once felt like the center of your life now feels like something you survived on the way to becoming more whole. That is not giving up on healing. That is healing deeply enough that you no longer have to force it. Why you don't have to be fully healed to be at peace. A lot of people quietly ruin their own chance at peace because they think peace is something you earn only after you have completely fixed yourself. They imagine there is some final version of healing where all the triggers are gone, all the grief is processed, all the insecurity disappears, all the old memories lose their sting, And only then do you get to finally exhale and live. Until then, they keep postponing their own permission to rest, to enjoy, to love, to trust, to be present, to feel okay. They treat peace like a graduation ceremony for pain, as if life only begins once all the damage has been perfectly resolved. And without realizing it, they turn healing into another impossible standard that keeps them emotionally trapped. The truth is, if peace only belonged to people who were fully healed, almost nobody would ever touch it. Because healing is not a clean finish line. It is not a final state where nothing ever hurts again and every wound closes in a way that stays closed forever. Human beings do not work like that. You can grow tremendously and still have tender spots. You can understand your patterns and still get triggered sometimes. You can love your life and still have grief living quietly in the corners of it. You can be emotionally intelligent, self-aware, and deeply evolved, and still have moments where an old ache returns without warning. None of that means you are failing. It means you are alive. And if you keep waiting to become emotionally flawless before allowing yourself peace, you will keep denying yourself one of the very things that helps healing happen in the first place. What makes this so painful is that a lot of people are not actually chasing healing anymore. They are chasing emotional perfection, and perfection always knows how to disguise itself as self-improvement. It tells you that you are just trying to grow, just trying to be your best self, just trying to do the work. But underneath that, there is often a much sadder fear, the fear that if any pain still lives inside you, then you are not safe yet, not lovable yet, not ready yet, not enough yet. So you keep trying to purify yourself of every uncomfortable feeling, as if your humanity is a problem to solve. You keep trying to become someone who never gets shaken, never doubts, never hurts, never remembers, never flinches. But that version of peace is not peace. It is emotional control dressed up as wisdom. Real peace is softer than that. It is less dramatic and much more forgiving. It does not ask you to become untouchable. It asks you to stop making war with every unfinished part of yourself. That is where so much unnecessary suffering comes from. Not just from the original wound, but from the way people keep turning against themselves every time the wound echoes. They feel sad and immediately decide they should be over it by now. They get triggered and instantly start questioning whether all their healing was fake. They have one hard week and suddenly act as if they have lost all progress. This is what happens when your definition of healing is too rigid. You stop relating to your pain with wisdom and start relating to it with punishment. And the tragedy is that the part of you still hurting does not need more criticism. It needs less fear around its existence. You do not need to be fully healed to be at peace, because peace is not the absence of pain. It is the absence of panic about pain. That difference changes everything. Peace is when sadness can visit without convincing you your whole life is collapsing. Peace is when a memory hurts but does not own your identity. Peace is when you have a bad day and do not automatically turn it into a bad life. Peace is when your nervous system begins to trust that discomfort is survivable, that grief can move through you without becoming your permanent home, that healing does not disappear every time an old feeling comes back. This is not a small shift. It is one of the deepest transformations a person can experience. Because once you stop treating every emotional wave like proof that you are broken, you finally make room for a more stable kind of peace, not the fragile peace that depends on everything going perfectly, the real kind. the kind that can exist even while life is still imperfect, even while your heart is still tender in places, even while your story still has unresolved chapters. And maybe that is what so many people need to hear. You are allowed to have joy before all your pain is gone. You are allowed to feel calm before every question is answered. You are allowed to love and be loved while still carrying parts of your past that ache sometimes. You are allowed to stop postponing your own life until you become some polished version of yourself that never existed in the first place. In fact, some of the most peaceful people you will ever meet are not people who have never been broken. They are people who stop demanding that healing look flawless before they let themselves soften. They stopped seeing every emotional setback as a betrayal of their growth. They stopped trying to scrub every scar off their soul and instead learned how to live gently with what still needed time. That is a very different kind of strength than the world usually celebrates, but it is far more sustainable. There is also something deeply liberating about realizing that healing is not your full-time identity forever. At some point, your life has to become more than your recovery, not because your pain did not matter, but because you matter beyond what hurt you. There comes a moment when continuing to obsess over whether you are fully healed actually keeps you emotionally centered around the wound. You keep checking yourself for symptoms. You keep analyzing your reactions. You keep waiting for the final stamp of emotional approval that says now you are safe to live. But life does not usually hand that out in a neat little certificate. More often, peace begins when you stop monitoring your brokenness so closely and start letting yourself be a person again. That does not mean you ignore your pain. It means you stop worshiping it as the center of your becoming. And maybe that is the real truth. You do not arrive at peace by eliminating every unfinished part of yourself. You arrive there by becoming less afraid of what is unfinished. You arrive there by realizing that wholeness was never about being untouched. It was about learning that your tenderness does not disqualify you from a beautiful life. That your healing can still be in progress while your heart learns how to rest. That you can carry some ache and still carry peace at the same time. So if part of you has been waiting to finally feel okay only after you become fully healed, maybe you can stop making your peace earn its place. Maybe you can stop holding your own life hostage until every wound behaves perfectly. Maybe what you are looking for is not a future version of you with no scars, but a present version of you who no longer sees scars as a reason to withhold love, calm, softness, or joy. Because peace was never only for the finished. It was always for the honest. How the nervous system learns safety one small moment at a time. Your nervous system does not heal because you tell it to calm down. It heals because, over time, it begins to believe that the world is not going to hurt you in the exact same way forever. And that belief does not usually arrive through one big breakthrough. It is built through repetition, through evidence, through enough small moments of safety that your body slowly stops expecting danger in every silence, every delay, every shift in tone, every unanswered message, every uncertain outcome. That is the part people rarely understand when they are trying to recover emotionally. They think if they can just think more positively, understand their trauma more deeply, or force themselves to stop overreacting, then their body will finally cooperate. But the nervous system is not convinced by logic alone. It learns through lived experience. It learns through what happens again and again, especially in the quiet moments where no one is watching and nothing dramatic is happening. This matters because a lot of people are trying to heal with a body that still feels like it is under threat. They may know, intellectually, that a certain relationship is over, that a painful season has passed, that they are technically safe now, but their system has not fully caught up. Their body still braces. Their chest still tightens. Their sleep still stays light. Their thoughts still race ahead trying to predict what might go wrong. And when this happens, people often become cruel to themselves. They say things like, "Why am I still like this? Why can I not just relax? Why do I keep reacting like everything is an emergency?" But that reaction is not stupidity, and it is not weakness. It is patterning. It is what happens when your system has had to survive too many moments where safety was inconsistent, love was unpredictable, or peace never lasted long enough to feel trustworthy. That is why safety has to be learned in a much slower, gentler way than most people expect. It is not something you declare. It is something your body gradually starts recognizing, and it usually begins with very small experiences that seem almost too ordinary to matter. A conversation where you are honest and nothing bad happens. A moment where someone stays calm instead of becoming cruel. A boundary you set that does not end in abandonment. A quiet evening where your body is not waiting for the next emotional hit. A full breath you did not realize you were finally able to take. These things may not look dramatic from the outside, but to a system that has spent years preparing for impact, they are powerful. They are evidence, and evidence is what rewires expectation. This is one of the reasons healing can feel so frustratingly slow. Because when your nervous system has been trained by fear, it does not immediately trust a few good moments. It often treats peace like a trick at first. It waits for the catch. It assumes the calm is temporary. It scans for what is about to go wrong. This is not you being negative. This is your body trying to protect you based on what it has learned before. If chaos was familiar, then calm can feel suspicious. If inconsistency shaped your early emotional world, then stability may feel boring, strange, or even uncomfortable at first. A lot of people sabotage safety not because they do not want it, but because part of them has not learned how to relax inside it yet. That is why the small moments matter so much. They are not just nice experiences. They are training. Every time your body experiences a little more honesty, a little more steadiness, a little less fear, and survives it, something begins to soften. Not all at once, but enough to matter. Maybe you still get triggered, but you recover a little faster. Maybe you still overthink, but you catch yourself sooner. Maybe your shoulders drop for a second before they tense again. Maybe you begin sleeping a little deeper on some nights. Maybe you stop feeling the need to explain yourself to people who clearly do not care. These are not random improvements. These are signs that your system is gathering new information. It is slowly learning that not every connection leads to pain. Not every silence means abandonment. Not every hard feeling means danger. And this is where people often get discouraged, because they expect safety to feel beautiful immediately. They think once they are healing, they should feel peaceful all the time. But often, the beginning of safety feels awkward more than it feels soothing. It can feel unfamiliar to be treated gently. It can feel vulnerable to stop bracing. It can feel almost wrong to rest without waiting for something to go bad. This is especially true if your identity has been built around surviving, fixing, anticipating, and emotionally carrying more than you should have had to. In that kind of system, softness can feel less natural than stress. But unfamiliar does not mean unsafe. It often means your body is standing in a new kind of reality and has not fully adjusted to it yet. One of the most healing things you can understand is that your nervous system is not asking for perfection. It is asking for enough repeated proof that the world is not always going to demand the same version of suffering from you. That proof can come in incredibly small forms. The way you talk to yourself after a hard day. The way you stop forcing yourself to respond before you are ready. The way you leave spaces that make your body shrink. The way you allow rest without turning it into guilt. The way you choose people who feel steady instead of people who feel intense. These choices may not look revolutionary, but your body notices them. Your system keeps score of every moment where you do not abandon yourself. That is how internal safety starts becoming more believable. And maybe that is one of the most comforting truths in healing. You do not have to transform overnight for your body to start trusting life a little more. You do not have to be fully calm, fully secure, fully healed, or fully free of every trigger for safety to begin taking root. You just need enough small moments where your system can experience something different than what it has always expected. Enough ordinary tenderness. Enough honest stillness. Enough quiet proof that you are no longer living in the exact same emotional world that once taught your body to stay on guard. Because that is how the nervous system learns. Not through force. Not through shame. Not through demanding instant peace from a body that has known too much fear. It learns one softened breath at a time, one safe pause at a time, one honest moment at a time. And if that is happening, even in ways that still feel fragile, then healing is already much closer than it seems. Why some wounds fade slowly instead of suddenly. Some wounds do not leave your life with a dramatic goodbye. They do not burst open one final time and then disappear forever in some clean, cinematic release. They do not always end with closure, a perfect conversation, a breakthrough cry, or one wise realization that finally sets you free. A lot of emotional pain does not heal like that. It fades the way night fades into morning, so gradually that while it is happening, you can barely tell anything is changing at all. And that can be one of the most discouraging parts of healing, because when pain leaves slowly, it is easy to mistake that slowness for permanence. It is easy to believe that, because it still hurts today, it will hurt exactly like this forever. But that is not how a lot of deep wounds work. They do not disappear all at once because they were not formed all at once. That is the part people rarely sit with long enough. Some wounds were built through repetition, not one moment. They came from being disappointed over and over, from learning to brace instead of trust, from living in uncertainty for too long, from carrying grief that never got enough room, from staying in environments where your nervous system had to adapt to survive. And when something has shaped you through repetition, it often has to loosen through repetition too, through enough ordinary days, enough new experiences, enough small moments where your body, mind, and heart slowly gather proof that life is no longer asking you to suffer in the same exact way. That kind of healing can feel frustrating because it does not offer instant emotional reward. It is not dramatic enough to reassure the part of you that wants visible progress. But often, it is the deepest kind. One of the reasons some wounds fade slowly is because your mind can understand something long before your body stops reacting to it. This creates a kind of emotional confusion that many people misinterpret as failure. You know the relationship is over, but your chest still tightens when you think of them. You know the danger has passed, but your body still braces in quiet moments. You know you deserve better, but part of you still aches for what hurt you. That contradiction can make people feel broken, as if they are not learning the lesson properly or not trying hard enough. But the truth is, emotional pain does not only live in thoughts. It lives in the nervous system, in memory, in expectation, in the way your body learned to predict what comes next. And those layers often release more slowly than logic does. That is why forcing yourself to be over something rarely works. You can pressure your mind into acting detached, but you cannot shame your deeper emotional wiring into instantly feeling safe. In fact, trying to rush the process often makes people more fixated on the pain, not less. They keep checking whether they are still hurting, still triggered, still affected, and every time the answer is yes, they feel defeated. But healing does not usually happen under that kind of surveillance. A wound softens more naturally when it is no longer being interrogated every day. Just like physical healing, emotional healing often needs time without constant reopening. It needs space to settle. It needs enough life around the pain for the pain to stop being the center of everything. And maybe that is why some of the most profound healing feels invisible while it is happening. It does not arrive as a big emotional event. It arrives as subtle shifts that are easy to overlook. You think about it less often. You recover from the memory faster. You stop checking. You stop replaying. You stop trying to explain it to people who were never going to understand. You stop needing the same answers with the same urgency. You begin to have more moments in the day where your mind is not automatically pulled back to the wound. These are not small things. They are often the actual signs that pain is losing its hold. But because they happen so quietly, people dismiss them. They think if they are not fully free yet, then nothing must be changing. That is simply not true. There is also a deeper mercy in wounds that fade slowly, even though it may not feel merciful at first. Sometimes the slowness is what allows you to become someone new while the pain is still passing through you. If a wound disappeared instantly, you might lose the part of the process that teaches you discernment, boundaries, self-respect, emotional honesty, and a clearer understanding of what you can no longer survive by calling normal. Slow healing gives you time to see things differently. It gives you time to stop romanticizing what hurt you. It gives your nervous system time to build a new relationship with safety. It gives your heart time to release not only the pain itself, but also the meaning you once attached to it. Because often, what keeps a wound alive is not only what happened, it is what you made it mean. Maybe it made you feel unchosen, unworthy, replaceable, too much, not enough, easy to leave, hard to love, and those meanings do not usually vanish in one dramatic moment. They loosen as life slowly gives you new evidence, new people, new standards, new inner truths, new moments where you begin to see that what hurt you was not always the final truth about you. That kind of healing takes time because identity does not shift instantly. But when it does shift, it changes everything. And this is where so many people need more gentleness with themselves. Just because your wound is fading slowly does not mean it is not fading. Just because some ache still returns does not mean you are stuck in the same place. Healing is not measured only by whether pain still visits you. It is measured by whether pain still gets to organize your whole inner world. There is a huge difference between something touching you and something owning you. A wound can still flicker without still being in charge. So if your healing has felt slower than you hoped, maybe that does not mean you are doing it wrong. Maybe it means your heart is releasing something layered, something deeply wired, something that needs tenderness more than force. Maybe what is happening is not the dramatic ending you expected, but a quieter, truer kind of freedom. The kind where one day you realize the wound is no longer the first thing your mind reaches for. The kind where the ache still exists somewhere, but it no longer defines the emotional atmosphere of your life. The kind where what once felt permanent has slowly become part of the background instead of the center. And honestly, that kind of healing may not be flashy, but it is real. It is durable. It is the kind that does not just help you survive what hurt you. It helps you outlive it. The comforting reality that setbacks do not erase progress. One of the most painful illusions people carry during healing is the belief that one hard day means they are back at the beginning. One emotional spiral, one night of overthinking, one unexpected trigger, one wave of grief, one moment of missing what they thought they had outgrown. And suddenly it feels like all the progress was fake. It feels like everything they built internally has collapsed overnight. And that feeling can be so convincing that people start talking to themselves in ways they would never speak to anyone they love. They say things like, "I thought I was doing better. I thought I was past this. I cannot believe I am back here again." But the truth is, setbacks only feel like total collapse when your definition of healing is too fragile to include being human. That is something almost nobody explains clearly enough. Healing is not proven by never getting triggered again. It is not proven by staying emotionally composed at all times. It is not proven by having a perfectly upward experience where every week feels more evolved than the last. That version of healing does not exist for real people. Real healing has texture. It has old memories that still sting sometimes. It has random days where your body remembers before your mind does. It has moments where your nervous system gets pulled backward by something small, and suddenly you are feeling far more than the present moment should logically hold. None of that means your progress disappeared. It means your pain is layered, and layers do not always leave in a neat sequence. A lot of people assume that if something still hurts, then they must not have healed. But that is not how emotional recovery works. A wound can be much less in charge of your life and still flare up under certain conditions. A scar can still feel tender in bad weather without becoming an open wound again. The same is true emotionally. You can have grown tremendously and still have moments where an old ache rises to the surface. You can know better, choose better, and still get hit by sadness, fear, grief, or longing in a way that catches you off guard. That is not a reversal. That is memory moving through a body that is still learning it does not live there anymore. And this is where so much unnecessary suffering gets created. Not from the setback itself, but from the meaning people attach to it. They do not just feel the hard moment. They immediately turn it into a verdict. They assume it means they are broken, failing, behind, or somehow incapable of healing properly. But setbacks are often not signs that you are losing progress. They are signs that healing is becoming more honest. Because once you stop performing strength and start actually recovering, your system will sometimes surface what is still unfinished. Not to punish you, but to release what still needs space. That can feel discouraging if you were expecting healing to make you permanently unaffected. But the goal was never to become untouchable. The goal was to become more stable in how you move through what still touches you. That is a very different kind of progress than most people know how to measure. Progress is not only about whether the pain came back. It is about what happened next. Did you lose yourself in it the same way as before? Or did some part of you stay present? Did the spiral last as long? Did you believe every thought it brought with it? Did you abandon yourself as completely as you used to? Did you make the same destructive choice? Or did you pause where the old version of you would have reacted instantly? These are the questions that tell the truth, because healing is often less about never revisiting pain and more about how differently you now know how to hold it. And honestly, one of the most comforting realities about setbacks is that they often reveal your progress more clearly than your easy days do. On good days, it is hard to tell how much you have changed because everything feels manageable anyway. But on the hard days, your healing gets tested in a more honest way. You begin to see whether your inner world still collapses exactly the same, whether your self-talk is still as cruel, whether your body still believes it is in the same danger, whether your choices still orbit around the same wound. That does not mean setbacks are fun or desirable. It means they are not meaningless. Sometimes they show you just how much stronger, softer, wiser, and more self-aware you have become, even if the pain itself is still loud in the moment. There is also something deeply human about the fact that healing does not move in a straight line. Human beings are not machines. We are not built to process emotional life in neat, efficient stages where once something is done, it never echoes again. We are made of memory, attachment, nervous system patterning, and meaning. We carry seasons inside us. Sometimes a smell, a date, a silence, a tone of voice, or a lonely night can wake up an old part of you that you have not heard from in months. That does not mean that part of you is your whole identity again. It just means healing is alive, and alive things move. The danger comes when you make your hardest moments mean more than they actually do. When you treat one bad night like proof that none of your good months counted. When you act as if one emotional relapse erases all the invisible work your mind, body, and heart have already done. That is not truth. That is fear talking in absolute language, and fear loves to convince you that because something returned, nothing ever changed. But that is rarely true. Usually, what returned is only one layer, one echo, one unfinished thread, not the whole story. So if you are in a setback right now, maybe the kindest thing you can remember is this. Progress is not destroyed by revisiting pain. Progress is revealed by how differently you meet it now. Maybe you still cried, but you did not completely disappear inside the feeling. Maybe you still got triggered, but you came back to yourself faster. Maybe you still missed what hurt you, but you did not go back and betray your own healing for one more temporary hit of familiarity. Maybe you still had a hard night, but you did not make it your whole future. Those things matter. They are not small. They are often the exact proof that your growth is real. Because the truth is, healing was never supposed to make you perfect. It was supposed to make you more able to return to yourself, more able to stay with yourself, more able to survive your own emotional weather without deciding every storm means the sky is permanently broken. That is real progress, not spotless, not linear, not dramatic, but real. And once you understand that, setbacks stop feeling like erasure and start feeling more like what they actually are. A difficult moment inside a much larger story of becoming. Why your heart can be tired and still be healing. Sometimes one of the hardest things to admit in healing is that you are not just hurt anymore. You are tired, not the kind of tired that sleep fixes in one night, but the kind that settles into your chest and follows you into quiet moments. The kind that makes even small things feel emotionally expensive. The kind that makes you less interested in explaining yourself, less available for noise, less able to keep carrying everything with the same emotional energy you once had. And because people do not talk about this part enough, many start believing that this tiredness must mean they are getting worse. They think if healing were really happening, they would feel more alive by now, more inspired, more emotionally bright, more obviously hopeful. But that is not always how recovery feels in real life. Sometimes your heart can be deeply tired and still be healing in very real ways. What makes this so confusing is that emotional healing is often imagined as something uplifting. People expect it to feel like relief, clarity, breakthroughs, and a growing sense of freedom. And yes, sometimes those things do happen. But often, before those feelings become steady, there is a quieter phase that feels much less glamorous. A phase where your system is no longer in the same chaos, but not yet fully restored either. A phase where the adrenaline has worn off, the distractions have become less convincing, and the truth of how much something cost you starts landing in a more honest way. That phase can feel heavy, flat, uninspiring. You may not be in the worst pain anymore, but you also may not feel fully connected to joy yet. That does not mean healing has stalled. It often means your body and heart are finally coming down from a long period of emotional overexertion. A lot of people do not realize how exhausting survival really is until they are no longer in the thick of it. When you are in pain, your body often runs on urgency. You overthink, overanalyze, brace, replay, hope, fear, and emotionally monitor everything. Even when you are sitting still, your system can be doing exhausting invisible work in the background. It is trying to protect you, trying to predict what comes next, trying to keep you from being blindsided again. That kind of internal vigilance burns through a tremendous amount of energy. So when the storm begins to pass, many people do not feel immediate peace. They feel the crash after the fight. They feel the wear and tear. They feel the emotional debt their body has been quietly collecting for months or years. That is why tiredness is not always a sign that you are failing. Sometimes it is the first honest sign that your body finally feels safe enough to stop running on fumes. This happens physically and psychologically. When the nervous system has been activated for too long, it cannot stay in that state forever. Eventually, there is a drop, a slowdown, a need for recovery that can feel strange if you are used to functioning through stress. In that space, people often become impatient with themselves. They say, "I should be over this by now. I should have more energy by now. I should be stronger than this." But healing does not respond well to being rushed by shame. A tired heart does not need more pressure. It needs gentleness, honesty, and enough rest to rebuild what has been emotionally overused. And sometimes this tiredness is not only about pain. Sometimes it is about awakening. You begin to see more clearly what has drained you for years. You start noticing how often you have abandoned yourself just to keep the peace, stayed available to people who gave very little back, normalized emotional inconsistency, carried more than was yours, and kept functioning long after your inner world needed care. That kind of realization can be exhausting because it changes your relationship with your own life. It becomes harder to keep pretending certain things are fine. harder to keep romanticizing what hurts you, harder to keep participating in patterns that once felt familiar but now feel expensive. This is a very specific kind of fatigue. It is not hopelessness. It is the exhaustion that comes when your soul becomes too honest to keep living the same way. That honesty can feel lonely too, because once your heart starts changing, you may not fit as easily into the same emotional roles you used to occupy. You may have less patience for surface-level connection, less desire to explain your pain to people who do not really want to understand it, less energy for proving your worth, chasing clarity, or carrying relationships that only survive through your over-effort. At first, this can make you worry that you are becoming cold or disconnected. But often, what is really happening is that your heart is trying to conserve itself. It is no longer willing to spend the same amount of energy on what does not feel safe, mutual, or true. That is not emotional failure. That is discernment being born. There is also something deeply important about understanding that healing does not only happen in your most inspired moments. It also happens in your quieter, more depleted ones. It happens when you say no because your body means it. It happens when you stop forcing conversation you do not have the energy for. It happens when you rest without trying to turn your exhaustion into a character flaw. It happens when you stop demanding that every day of your recovery feel meaningful, beautiful, or emotionally productive. A lot of healing is actually built in the unremarkable moments where you simply stop pushing yourself past your own limits. That may not feel powerful in the moment, but it is often exactly how a tired heart starts trusting life again. And maybe that is one of the gentlest truths to remember. Just because your heart feels tired does not mean it has stopped moving toward wholeness. Tiredness does not cancel healing. Sometimes it is part of it. Sometimes the exhaustion is what comes right before your system learns how to soften. Right before your standards become clearer. Right before your peace becomes less negotiable. Right before the version of you that always had to keep going finally realizes they are allowed to put some of the weight down. So if you have been feeling emotionally tired lately, maybe the answer is not to panic. Maybe it is not to assume you are broken, stuck, or failing at healing. Maybe the truth is much softer than that. Maybe your heart is not giving up. Maybe it is recovering. Maybe it is trying to teach you that not all progress feels energizing while it is happening. Some of it feels like slowing down. Some of it feels like less noise. Some of it feels like having less emotional fuel for what no longer aligns. And sometimes that is not the end of your healing. Sometimes that is the deepest part of it. The gentle truth that healing is not meant to look impressive. There is a very quiet kind of freedom that begins the moment you stop trying to make your healing look like something other people would admire. Because for a lot of people, even after the heartbreak, the grief, the burnout, the emotional unraveling, there is still this invisible pressure sitting underneath everything. The pressure to heal in a way that looks wise, graceful, productive, inspiring, and emotionally evolved. The pressure to turn pain into a beautiful transformation fast enough for it to feel meaningful. The pressure to become someone who can explain what happened with perfect language, perfect lessons, and a perfect glow of self-awareness around it. And what makes this especially painful is that it often sounds healthy on the surface. It sounds like growth. It sounds like strength. But underneath it, there is often a quieter wound, and that wound is this desperate need to make suffering count in a way that feels externally valid. That is why so many people do not even realize they are still performing while they are trying to heal. They are no longer performing for the person who hurt them, maybe not even for the world in some obvious way, but they are still performing for an internal audience. They want to be the person who handled it beautifully, the person who rose above it elegantly, the person who became stronger in a way that is visible and coherent, and somehow impressive enough to justify what they went through. And when their actual healing turns out to be much slower, quieter, messier, and more ordinary than that, they feel disappointed in themselves. They think they are doing it wrong because it does not feel profound enough. But the truth is, most real healing is deeply unimpressive from the outside. It does not usually look like a breakthrough. It looks like staying home. It looks like sleeping more. It looks like crying less often, but still not feeling fully okay. It looks like saying no to things you used to force yourself through. It looks like leaving messages unanswered until you have the energy to respond honestly. It looks like not chasing closure anymore, not because you have become enlightened, but because you are too tired to keep reopening the same wound. It looks like eating, resting, walking, cleaning, canceling, breathing, and quietly choosing not to abandon yourself in the same places you used to. None of that is flashy. None of that is the kind of thing people romanticize. But a lot of the time, that is exactly what healing actually is. And maybe one of the gentlest truths anyone can learn is that healing was never supposed to be a performance. It was never meant to be aesthetically pleasing, spiritually polished, or emotionally elegant at every stage. It was meant to help you come back to yourself. That is a very different goal. Because when your goal is to return to yourself, you stop asking whether your healing looks good and start asking whether it feels honest. You stop trying to package your pain into something meaningful before your body has even had a chance to rest. You stop treating your emotions like content that needs to become wisdom immediately. You stop demanding that every hard thing produce a visible transformation on schedule. That shift matters more than people realize. Because when you are attached to healing looking impressive, you often become disconnected from what you actually need. You may keep pushing because slowing down does not feel inspiring enough. You may keep over-explaining because silence does not feel evolved enough. You may keep trying to be graceful about things that are still genuinely hurting because anger, grief, confusion, and fatigue do not fit the version of recovery you thought you were supposed to embody, and in doing that, you can end up abandoning yourself all over again, just in a more socially acceptable way. What is especially heartbreaking is that a lot of people learned this pattern very early. They learned that pain only got attention if it was handled well, that struggle was only lovable if it came wrapped in composure, that their suffering had to be useful, digestible, or admirable to be held. So of course they carry that into adulthood. Of course they try to make their healing beautiful. It feels safer than letting it be raw, private, slow, and unresolved. But your healing does not need to earn its legitimacy by being elegant. It is valid even when it is boring, even when it is repetitive, even when it looks like doing the same small thing over and over, because that is all your nervous system can hold right now. And honestly, that is where a lot of real peace begins. It begins when you stop needing your healing to prove something. When you stop trying to make your recovery inspiring enough to compensate for how much it hurt. When you stop measuring your progress by how profound it sounds and start measuring it by whether you are suffering a little less honestly than before. Are you resting more? Are you abandoning yourself less? Are you noticing what drains you faster? Are you recovering from spirals a little sooner? Are you less willing to call chaos love? Are you less available for what costs you your peace? These are not glamorous milestones, but they are often the ones that actually change your life. There is also something deeply human and comforting about the fact that some of the most important healing happens in complete privacy. No one sees it. No one applauds it. No one necessarily understands how hard it was for you to choose differently this time, to stay away this time, to rest this time, to stop chasing this time, to tell the truth this time, to survive this week without collapsing into the old pattern. But that does not make it less sacred. In fact, it may make it more sacred, because the healing that is not done for display often becomes the healing that actually lasts. And maybe that is what makes this truth so gentle. You do not have to become some extraordinary version of yourself for your healing to count. You do not have to emerge from pain looking luminous, poetic, and transformed in a way that impresses anyone. You do not have to make your suffering look meaningful enough to justify what it cost you. You are allowed to heal in ways that are plain, practical, repetitive, invisible, and deeply unremarkable on the surface. You are allowed to get better in private. You are allowed to need simple things. You are allowed to outgrow pain without turning the process into something beautiful for other people to witness. Because at the end of the day, healing was never supposed to be impressive. It was supposed to be merciful. It was supposed to make your life more livable. It was supposed to help your body feel less afraid, your mind feel less at war, and your heart feel a little more able to rest inside itself again. And if that is happening, even quietly, even slowly, even in ways no one else would ever fully understand, then something real is already taking place. And real is always more valuable than impressive. Why letting go often happens in layers, not all at once. A lot of people think letting go is supposed to feel like a decision, like one clear moment where you finally get tired enough, wise enough, strong enough, and then something inside you just snaps into place. You stop caring, you stop checking, you stop hoping, you stop hurting. That version of healing is seductive because it sounds clean. It gives the mind something simple to aim for. But the truth is, most real letting go does not happen like that at all. It happens in layers, and that is exactly why it can feel so confusing while you are living through it. You think you have moved on, and then a memory catches you off guard. You think you are finally free, and then some small reminder opens a door you thought was already closed. You think you are done grieving, and then out of nowhere, your body reacts as if the loss just happened yesterday. That can make you feel like you are failing at healing, when in reality, you may simply be meeting the next layer of what your heart still needs to release. This is one of the hardest truths to accept because the human mind loves neat endings. It wants a final chapter, a clean break, a dramatic shift that makes the whole experience feel resolved. But the heart does not always work in clean lines. The heart untangles in pieces. Sometimes you let go of the person before you let go of the fantasy. Sometimes you let go of the situation before you let go of the meaning you attach to it. Sometimes you let go of what happened before you let go of what it made you believe about yourself. And that is why healing can feel so strange. One part of you is already walking forward while another part is still standing in an old room, touching the walls, trying to understand what exactly was lost there. What makes this even more painful is that people often mistake these returning waves for proof that nothing has changed. They feel the ache again and immediately think, "I am back at the beginning." But that is not always true. Sometimes what is resurfacing is not the whole wound. It is only one deeper thread that was hidden underneath the first layer. And often, you cannot access that deeper thread until the more obvious pain has already started to settle. This is why healing can feel almost backwards. The more you recover, the more clearly you sometimes begin to see what was actually underneath everything all along. Not just sadness, but abandonment. Not just heartbreak, but humiliation. Not just grief, but the terrifying fear that what happened said something permanent about your worth. Those are not surface feelings. Those are deeper layers, and they rarely leave all at once. There is also a reason the heart lets go this way. When something mattered deeply to you, it usually was not living in only one part of your life. It was in your routines, your hopes, your nervous system, your identity, your future plans, your private emotional habits, even the way you imagined yourself being loved or chosen or seen. So when you lose it, you are not only grieving one event. You are often grieving an entire emotional ecosystem that formed around it. And ecosystems do not disappear in a day. They collapse slowly, and then they reorganize slowly. That is why you can know, intellectually, that something is over and still find your body reaching for it emotionally. The mind can understand a truth much faster than the nervous system can stop expecting what once felt familiar. This is where a lot of people become too hard on themselves. They assume that because they still think about it, they must secretly still want it. Because they still miss it, they must not be healing. Because one old feeling came back, they must have done all the inner work wrong. But feelings do not always mean what we fear they mean. Missing something does not automatically mean it belongs in your life. Feeling grief does not mean you are meant to return. Sometimes it simply means there is still one part of your system catching up to what the rest of you already knows. And that part does not need shame. It needs time and enough honesty to stop pretending that release is always immediate just because you want it to be. One of the gentlest things you can understand is that every layer usually leaves for a different reason. One layer leaves because you finally see the truth clearly. Another leaves because you get tired of repeating the same pain. Another leaves because your standards change. Another leaves because your body begins craving peace more than familiarity. Another leaves because life slowly gives you enough new evidence that the old attachment stops feeling like home. This is why letting go is not always about forcing detachment. Sometimes it is about slowly becoming someone who can no longer fully live inside the old wound. You do not rip it out. You outgrow your dependence on it piece by piece. And that process is usually so subtle that you barely notice it while it is happening. Maybe you still think about them, but not with the same desperation. Maybe the memory still hurts, but it no longer controls your whole day. Maybe part of you still wonders what could have been, but another part of you is no longer willing to sacrifice your peace just to chase an answer. Maybe you still feel sad sometimes, but the sadness no longer convinces you to betray yourself. These are not small changes. They are often the real signs that release is already happening, even if your heart still has a few final corners to clear out. What makes layered healing so emotionally difficult is that it asks you to trust progress that does not always feel dramatic. It asks you to believe in movement that is happening quietly, privately, and often without emotional reward in the moment. But that is how a lot of deep healing actually works. It is not always a giant breakthrough. Sometimes it is a long series of tiny internal goodbyes. You stop checking, then later you stop waiting, then later you stop imagining different endings, then later you stop measuring your worth against what happened, then later you stop needing the same closure with the same urgency. And one day, without realizing when the shift occurred, you notice that something which once consumed your inner world now only visits it from time to time. That is not failure because it happened slowly. That is often the most honest form of healing there is. So if you are in a season where you feel like you have already let go and yet some part of the ache still returns, maybe the truth is not that you are stuck. Maybe the truth is simply that your heart is releasing something that mattered deeply, and deeply held things often leave in layers. Not because you are weak, not because you are behind, but because some endings have to loosen gradually before they can fully leave your life. And sometimes that slower release is not a flaw in your healing. Sometimes it is the very reason it becomes real. How time softens what once felt impossible to carry. There are some kinds of pain that feel so total when you are inside them that it becomes almost offensive when people tell you time will help, not because they are always wrong, but because in the middle of real emotional pain, time can sound vague, passive, and completely disconnected from what your body is actually going through. When something has cracked your inner world open, when grief is sitting in your chest, when your thoughts are circling the same wound every night, when your nervous system is acting like the danger is still happening in real time, the idea that time will soften any of it can feel impossible to believe. It can even feel insulting, because from where you are standing, the pain does not feel temporary. It feels woven into the structure of your life. It feels like something you are going to have to drag behind you forever. And that is what makes this truth so hard to trust while you are still in the thick of it. Time does not usually arrive with visible proof. It does not announce itself as healing. It just keeps moving while your heart is still trying to understand what happened. That is why people often do not notice what time is actually doing until much later. They are too close to the pain to see the slow changes. They are measuring healing in dramatic moments when most of the softening is happening in much quieter ways. A thought that does not hit quite as hard. A memory that no longer ruins the whole day. A night where you fall asleep without replaying the same scene. A morning where your body does not wake up already braced. These are not the kinds of changes people celebrate, but they are often the first signs that something impossible is becoming lighter, even if only by a little. What time does, more than anything, is create distance between you and the emotional intensity of the original wound. Not because what happened stops mattering, but because your mind and body slowly stop experiencing it as if it is still actively happening. In the beginning, pain often feels immediate. It lives in the present tense. Your body does not know how to separate memory from danger yet. That is why heartbreak can feel physical, why grief can feel like suffocation, why abandonment can make your whole nervous system react as if survival itself is under threat. But over time, especially when the wound is no longer being reopened in the same exact ways, your system starts to learn something incredibly important. It starts to learn that the moment did end, even if the feeling did not disappear right away. And that lesson changes everything. This is also why time alone is not magic, but time with enough lived experience can become deeply healing. As the days pass, life keeps giving you small pieces of new evidence, new routines, new mornings, new people, new disappointments that do not destroy you, new joys you did not think you would feel again, new versions of yourself that the old pain has not met yet. And all of that matters more than people realize, because pain often convinces you that what you feel now is what you will always feel. It tries to make itself permanent in your imagination, but time keeps interrupting that illusion by forcing life to continue around the wound until eventually the wound is no longer the center of every emotional experience you have. And no, this does not always feel beautiful while it is happening. Sometimes time softens pain in ways that feel almost disappointingly ordinary. Not through one huge breakthrough, but through repetition. Through enough mornings where you keep waking up and surviving. Through enough evenings where you stop checking. Through enough conversations where you no longer need to explain what happened with the same urgency. Through enough moments where your mind gets occupied by something else, and you realize, almost guiltily, that the pain was not the loudest thing in the room for a little while. These are the moments people often dismiss because they are not dramatic enough, but they are often exactly how healing begins to become real. There is also something deeply merciful about the way time slowly reshapes your relationship to what hurt you. In the beginning, pain often feels like your whole identity. It is not just something that happened to you. It feels like the atmosphere of your life. It colors everything. But as time passes, even if the wound still exists, it usually begins to lose some of its authority. It becomes one part of your story instead of the emotional center of your entire existence. And that shift matters, because the goal is not always to erase what happened. Sometimes the goal is simply for it to stop owning the whole room inside you. One of the quietest ways time helps is by giving your nervous system a chance to stop expecting the same emotional emergency every day. If you have been hurt deeply, your body often stays on alert long after the event itself has ended. It keeps scanning, bracing, preparing, replaying. But when enough days pass without the exact same danger repeating, your system slowly starts to gather proof that not every silence means abandonment, not every memory means collapse, not every ache means you are back at the beginning. This does not happen all at once. It happens through repetition, through ordinary survival, through enough moments of not being destroyed by what once felt unbearable. And little by little, your body begins to trust that the pain is no longer an active threat in the same way. That is why some of the deepest healing can feel invisible until you look back. You do not always notice yourself getting stronger while it is happening. You just notice one day that something which used to completely take you out now only brushes against you. Something that once consumed your nights now only visits once in a while. Something that once felt impossible to carry is still heavy in places, but no longer impossible. And that is a sacred kind of change, even if it arrived without drama. So if you are in a season where your pain still feels too big to imagine living around, maybe the truth is not that you will always feel this crushed. Maybe the truth is simply that you are too close to the wound right now to see what time is already beginning to do. It may not be fixing everything at once. It may not be offering immediate relief, but quietly, faithfully, almost invisibly, it may already be softening the edges of what once felt unbearable. Not by erasing what mattered, but by helping your mind, body, and heart slowly learn that surviving this is becoming possible. And sometimes that is how impossible things stop feeling impossible. Not suddenly, but slowly enough that one day you realize you are carrying what once would have crushed you, and somehow it is no longer carrying you. Why feeling deeply is sometimes part of recovering deeply. A lot of people think healing is supposed to feel like becoming less emotional, less affected, less overwhelmed, less tender. They imagine recovery as this clean process where you slowly become calmer, stronger, more detached, and harder to shake. And yes, some steadiness does come with healing. But one of the most misunderstood truths about emotional recovery is that sometimes, before you feel more stable, you actually feel more. Not because you are getting worse, and not because you are failing to move on, but because parts of you that had to go numb in order to survive are finally starting to wake back up. And when that happens, it can feel intense. It can feel messy. It can feel like you are unraveling again, when what may really be happening is that your system is beginning to release what it could not safely process before. This is why so many people become frightened by their own depth. They think if they are still crying this much, still grieving this hard, still reacting this strongly, then they must not be healing correctly. But deep feeling is not always a sign of being stuck. Sometimes it is a sign that your body and heart are finally safe enough to stop holding everything in such a tight, exhausted grip. When you are in survival mode, you often do not get to feel things in a full, honest way. Your system prioritizes functioning. It prioritizes getting through the day, keeping it together, staying useful, staying available, staying in control. That can make you look okay from the outside while your inner world quietly freezes around the pain. Then later, when the danger passes or your body begins to soften, what was frozen starts thawing. And thawing is not always gentle at first. That is the part people rarely understand. Sometimes healing does not begin with relief. Sometimes it begins with access. Access to the grief you postponed. Access to the anger you swallowed. Access to the heartbreak you intellectualized instead of actually felt. Access to the loneliness you kept covering with distraction, noise, work, hope, or over-functioning. This can be deeply disorienting because from the inside it feels like things are becoming more intense, not less. But intensity is not always regression. Sometimes it is delayed honesty, finally making its way through your body. There is also something important about the way deep feeling restores your relationship with yourself. A lot of pain becomes more damaging, not only because of what happened, but because of how long you had to disconnect from your own emotional truth, just to keep going. Maybe you learned early that your feelings were too much. Maybe you had to be the strong one. Maybe you got used to minimizing what hurt, laughing things off, staying composed, or translating pain into productivity because raw emotion did not feel safe or welcome. So, when healing starts making you feel more, it can trigger old fear. You may start thinking, I am too sensitive, I am losing control, I should be over this by now. But often what is really happening is that your inner world is becoming more honest. And honesty can feel very vulnerable before it starts feeling freeing. This is also why emotional recovery cannot always stay in the mind. You can understand your patterns, know exactly why something hurt you, explain your trauma beautifully, and still carry a body full of unfelt emotion. Logic is helpful, but it is not the whole process. The nervous system does not fully heal through insight alone. It also heals through expression, through completion, through allowing what was once trapped to move. That might look like crying harder than you expected, feeling grief in waves that seem inconvenient and badly timed, becoming unexpectedly angry after months of sadness, feeling tenderness for the version of you that had to survive something alone. These experiences can feel chaotic if you were hoping healing would be neat, but often they are signs that your system is no longer trying to bury what it once had to suppress. What makes this difficult is that deep feeling can also bring up the fear that if you let yourself feel it all, you will never come back. That is one of the most common fears people carry. They think if they really let the grief in, if they really stop numbing, if they really admit how much it hurt, they will drown in it. So they keep trying to regulate themselves back into a version of composure before the feeling has actually had room to move. And to be fair, emotional flooding is real, and not every feeling needs to be relived at full intensity all at once. But there is a difference between being overwhelmed and being honest. There is a difference between getting lost in pain and allowing pain to finally have a voice. And often, what helps you recover deeply is not never feeling too much. It is learning that your feelings can move through you without becoming your permanent identity. That is where so much of the real healing begins. Not when you stop feeling, but when you stop fearing what you feel. When sadness no longer automatically means you are broken. When anger no longer automatically means you are becoming bitter. When grief no longer automatically means you are going backward. You start to understand that emotions are not always instructions, and they are not always emergencies. Sometimes they are simply unfinished truths making their way toward release. And when you stop treating every intense feeling like proof that something is wrong, your body begins to trust the process more. It begins to believe that pain can rise without taking your whole life with it. And maybe that is the most comforting part of all. Feeling deeply does not mean you are too much. It does not mean your healing is off track. It does not mean you are weak, dramatic, behind, or failing to move on. Sometimes it means you are finally touching the part of recovery that actually changes you. Because shallow healing often comes from staying emotionally defended. But deep healing usually asks for something more honest than that. It asks for presence. It asks for softness. It asks for enough courage to stay with yourself while the old pain finally says what it came to say. So if you have been feeling more than you expected lately, maybe the answer is not to panic. Maybe it is not to shut yourself down or rush to become less affected. Maybe the truth is that your system is not falling apart. Maybe it is thawing. Maybe your heart is not failing to heal. Maybe it is healing deeply enough that numbness is no longer the only way it knows how to survive. And maybe that depth, as uncomfortable as it can feel, is not the opposite of recovery. Maybe it is one of the clearest signs that recovery is finally becoming real. The soothing truth that you are allowed to heal in private. One of the quietest pressures people carry while they are healing is the feeling that they somehow need to make it visible in order for it to count. They feel like they should be able to explain what they are learning, show how much they have grown, update people on where they are emotionally, turn their pain into language, insight, or some kind of visible transformation that others can witness and understand. And even if nobody is directly demanding that from them, the pressure can still live there. The pressure to make your healing coherent, to make it inspiring, to make it legible, to prove, somehow, that all the hurt is leading somewhere meaningful. But one of the most soothing truths about emotional recovery is that you are allowed to heal in private. You are allowed to become whole in ways that nobody else gets to monitor, measure, or even fully understand. That truth can feel almost rebellious in a world where so much of life gets externalized. Feelings become posts. Growth becomes language. Pain becomes a story people are expected to process out loud. And while there is nothing wrong with sharing when it is honest and helpful, there is also something deeply sacred about not turning every wound into something public before it has even had the chance to settle inside you. Some parts of healing become clearer only when they are not constantly being explained. Some truths need silence before they become stable. Some emotions need room to exist without immediately being translated for an audience, even a loving one. A lot of people do not realize how much energy it takes to keep narrating your pain while you are still inside it. When something is actively hurting, your system is already doing so much invisible work. It is trying to regulate, understand, survive, and make meaning all at once. So if you also feel pressure to package your healing into updates, reflections, lessons, or emotionally polished explanations, it can quietly become exhausting. You may start speaking from parts of yourself that are not actually ready. You may force clarity too early. You may perform closure before your heart has honestly reached it. And that can create a very lonely kind of disconnection, because everyone around you may think you are further along than you really are, while the private truth inside you still feels tender and unfinished. That is why healing in private is not avoidance by default. Sometimes it is protection. Sometimes it is wisdom. Sometimes it is your nervous system saying this needs to belong to me before it belongs to anyone else. That does not mean you have to isolate completely or carry everything alone. It simply means you are allowed to choose sacredness over exposure. You are allowed to keep some parts of your becoming unannounced. You are allowed to let your recovery be small, slow, and deeply personal without needing to prove to anyone that it is real. And honestly, some of the deepest healing happens precisely because nobody is watching. It happens in the moments where there is no audience to impress, no one to reassure, no one to convince that you are growing beautifully through this. It happens when you decide not to send the message, when you stay home instead of forcing yourself to be okay in public, when you cry without needing to explain why, when you choose rest over being reachable, when you stop giving people access to the parts of you that are still trying to knit themselves back together. Those moments may not look dramatic from the outside, but they are often where the real repair is taking place. There is also something incredibly powerful about realizing that your healing does not become more valid just because it is visible. Some people have learned, often very early, that their pain only gets care when it is expressed in a way other people can understand. That their emotions only matter if they are articulated well. That their growth only counts if it is noticeable. So naturally, they carry that into adulthood. They feel this subtle need to explain themselves in order to feel legitimate. But healing is not a performance review. It does not need witnesses to be true. The fact that something meaningful is happening inside you does not depend on whether anyone else can see it clearly. And in some cases, privacy is what allows healing to stay honest. Because the moment pain becomes visible, it can start getting shaped by other people's reactions, their opinions, their projections, their timelines, their need for you to either be okay already or stay broken in a way that still makes sense to them. That can complicate things more than people realize. Suddenly, your healing is not just about what is true for you. It starts getting tangled with what others expect your process to look like. That is why some recoveries need a closed door, not because they are shameful, but because they are still becoming, and becoming often needs less interference, not more. There is a kind of peace that comes when you stop treating your healing like something that has to be translated in real time. When you stop trying to make every emotional shift make sense to everyone else. When you stop turning every private breakthrough into something that needs to be shared to feel complete. You begin to realize that not everything sacred needs to be seen. Not every wound needs commentary. Not every chapter needs witnesses. Some things become more whole precisely because they are allowed to remain between you and your own inner life for a while. That does not mean your healing has to be lonely. It just means it gets to be yours. It gets to unfold at a pace that feels emotionally safe, not socially convenient. It gets to be quiet when it needs to be quiet. It gets to be unpolished. It gets to be repetitive. It gets to be invisible for long stretches of time. And none of that makes it less meaningful. If anything, it often makes it more real. So if part of you has been feeling guilty for pulling inward, for needing more privacy, for not wanting to explain every feeling or publicly document every lesson your pain is teaching you, maybe you do not need to correct that. Maybe you do not need to make your healing more visible in order to make it more valid. Maybe what your heart needs right now is not more exposure. Maybe it needs more shelter, more quiet, more space to become something honest before the world ever asks you to put language around it. Because the truth is, you are allowed to heal in private. You are allowed to grow in silence. You are allowed to outgrow pain without announcing every step of the process. And sometimes, the safest, deepest, most sacred kind of healing is the kind that happens softly behind closed doors, where nobody sees the full extent of what it took for you to come back to yourself, but you do. And in the end, that is more than enough. Why your mind repeats old pain even when you're moving forward, one of the strangest and most discouraging parts of healing is realizing that even when your life is moving forward, your mind can still keep dragging you backward. You can be doing better, sleeping more, functioning more, laughing again, showing up for life again. And then out of nowhere, your thoughts return to the same old wound like they never left, the same conversation, the same betrayal, the same loss, the same version of you who got hurt there. And when that happens, it is easy to assume something must be wrong, that if your mind is still revisiting it, then maybe you are not actually healing. Maybe you are still secretly stuck. Maybe all your progress is just surface level. But that is not necessarily true at all. Sometimes your mind repeats old pain, not because you are failing to move forward, but because the brain and nervous system are still trying to make sense of something that once overwhelmed them. This is one of the least comforting things to experience and one of the most important things to understand. The mind does not only repeat what feels good, it also repeats what feels unresolved, emotionally loaded, or unfinished. Especially if the original experience carried shock, abandonment, confusion, humiliation, grief, or a sudden loss of safety. The brain is wired to revisit what it has not fully organized yet. That is part of how human survival works. When something hurts deeply, especially if it arrived without closure, or if it shattered a belief you depended on, your system often keeps circling it in the background, trying to answer the same painful question over and over. How did this happen? What did I miss? How do I make sure this never happens again? What does this mean about me? That repetition can feel obsessive, but underneath it is often a desperate attempt to regain control over something that once made you feel powerless. That is why thinking about old pain does not always mean you want to stay attached to it. A lot of people judge themselves harshly for this. They think if they were really over it, they would not still be mentally replaying it. But the mind does not always replay things because it wants them back. Sometimes it replays them because some part of you still believes there is a lesson hidden inside the wound that could finally make the pain make sense. The brain keeps searching for a cleaner ending than the one life actually gave you. It wants the missing explanation, the perfect insight, the final detail that will somehow make the whole experience feel less violating, less senseless, less unfair. But pain is not always logical enough to be solved that neatly, and this is where people can get trapped. They keep trying to think their way into peace when what they often need is not more analysis, but more emotional safety. This is especially true if the old pain touched something deeper than the event itself, because often what your mind is really replaying is not just what happened. It is what it awakened. Maybe the experience triggered old abandonment, old rejection, old insecurity, old grief, old feelings of not being chosen, not being safe, not being enough, not being seen. And when that happens, the mind is not only trying to understand one situation, it is trying to untangle a whole emotional pattern that may have existed long before this particular wound arrived. That is why certain pain can feel so sticky. It is not just one memory. It is one memory plugged into many others. And this is where people often become too afraid of their own thoughts. They assume that because the mind went back there, it must mean they are regressing. But healing does not mean the mind never revisits old pain. It often means the relationship to that pain slowly starts changing. At first, the thought drags you under. Later, the thought still appears, but you do not disappear into it in quite the same way. At first, one memory can hijack your whole nervous system. Later, it still stings, but you come back to the present a little faster. At first, you believe every painful conclusion your mind attaches to the memory. Later, you start noticing the difference between what happened and the story fear keeps trying to build around it. These shifts may not feel dramatic, but they are huge. There is also something deeply human about the fact that the mind tends to revisit old pain during moments of transition, growth, or quiet. This can be incredibly confusing because sometimes the memories come back not when you are doing badly, but when you are actually doing better. That is often because your system finally has enough space to process what it could not fully feel while it was just trying to survive, or because moving forward itself can trigger old fears. If pain was familiar, then peace can feel unfamiliar. If chaos was home, then growth can accidentally wake up the part of you that is still waiting for something to go wrong. So the mind reaches backward, not always because it wants to live there again, but because some part of you is checking whether it is really safe to leave that old emotional world behind. That is why healing is not about forcing your mind to never go there again. It is about teaching yourself what to do when it does. It is about learning how to notice the old loop without automatically obeying it. To feel the memory without making it your entire present. To let the thought pass through without turning it into proof that you are broken, behind, or secretly doomed to stay the same. This is slow work, but it matters, because every time your mind returns to old pain and you meet it with a little less panic, a little less shame, and a little more understanding, you are teaching your system something new. You are showing it that memory is not the same thing as danger, that the past can echo without becoming your whole emotional reality again. So, if your mind has been repeating old pain lately, maybe that does not mean you are stuck. Maybe it means your system is still trying to metabolize something that once overwhelmed it. Maybe it means there is still tenderness there, not failure. Maybe it means your brain is doing what wounded brains often do when they are trying to protect you with outdated strategies. And maybe the most healing thing is not to fight that process with more self-judgment, but to understand it well enough that it loses some of its power. Because moving forward does not always mean never looking back. Sometimes it simply means that when your mind goes back, more of you knows how to come home again. How safety, not pressure, helps people truly change. Most people have been taught to believe that change happens through pressure, through discipline, urgency, criticism, consequences, and the constant feeling that if you do not push hard enough, nothing in you will ever improve. That belief runs so deep that a lot of people do not even question it anymore. They assume the only way to grow is to stay hard on themselves, to keep demanding more, to keep using shame as fuel, to keep trying to force themselves into healing, maturity, confidence, peace, discipline, or emotional regulation by applying enough internal pressure that eventually something breaks into place. And sometimes, from the outside, that strategy can look like it is working. A person becomes productive, controlled, high-functioning, more self-aware, more composed. But underneath all that, many people are not actually changing in a deep or lasting way. They are often just becoming more afraid of themselves. That is the part people rarely say out loud. Pressure can absolutely produce performance. It can make people act differently for a while. It can make them suppress, override, hustle, comply, or emotionally tighten themselves into a version that looks more acceptable. But pressure does not always create true transformation. Often, it creates fear-based adaptation. And fear-based adaptation is fragile. It can hold for a while, but it usually collapses the moment life becomes too heavy, too painful, too uncertain, or too intimate. Because the parts of you that are still unhealed, dysregulated, ashamed, or terrified do not become whole just because you learned how to dominate them better. They often become more hidden, more exhausted, and more reactive underneath the surface. That is why so many people feel confused by their own patterns. They know what they should do. They have read the books, watched the videos, understood the psychology, made the plans, promised themselves they would stop repeating the same cycles. And yet, under stress, they still shut down, spiral, self-sabotage, chase what hurts them, or abandon the very things they say they want. That contradiction makes people think they must be lazy, broken, weak, or lacking discipline. But often the issue is not a lack of knowledge. It is a lack of safety. Because real change usually does not happen when a person is under constant internal threat. It happens when the nervous system starts to believe it no longer has to survive in the old way. This matters more than most people realize. Human beings do not change deeply when they feel relentlessly judged. They change when enough safety exists for honesty to emerge without immediate punishment. That is true in relationships, in childhood, in therapy, and even in the private relationship you have with yourself. If every mistake inside you is met with shame, if every emotional reaction gets treated like failure, if every bad day becomes evidence that you are behind, your system does not become more open to growth. It becomes more defended, more secretive, more afraid. It learns that being imperfect is dangerous, and when imperfection feels dangerous, people do not become more honest. They become more performative. This is one of the deepest reasons safety matters so much in healing and change. Safety allows truth to surface. It creates the conditions where the real issue can finally come out from hiding. Because if your inner world does not feel safe enough to admit what is actually going on, you will keep trying to fix the symptom while the deeper wound stays protected underneath. You will keep saying, "I need more discipline," when what you really need is rest. You will keep saying, "I need to stop being so sensitive," when what you really need is to feel safe enough to stop armoring. You will keep saying, "I just need to try harder," when what your body is actually saying is, "I cannot keep surviving like this." Pressure tends to talk over those truths. Safety makes them easier to hear, and this is not just emotional philosophy. It is how the nervous system actually works. When the brain perceives threat, even internal threat, it becomes more focused on protection than transformation. That means more reactivity, more black and white thinking, more avoidance, more self-preservation, more compulsive patterns, and less access to the parts of you that are calm, flexible, creative, and capable of genuine integration. This is why people often repeat the same behaviors they swear they want to stop. Not because they do not care enough, but because under enough pressure, the body defaults to what feels familiar and protective, not what is most evolved. That is also why compassion is not weakness in the healing process. It is not letting yourself off the hook. It is not avoiding accountability. It is actually one of the strongest conditions for sustainable change. Because when you are met with enough inner safety, you become more capable of staying present with what is uncomfortable instead of instantly defending against it. You become more able to admit when you are scared, avoidant, jealous, needy, angry, grieving, exhausted, or repeating something harmful without turning that admission into a total identity collapse. And that is where change becomes real. Not when you punish yourself into temporary compliance, but when you can finally tell the truth without feeling like the truth will destroy your worth. A lot of people have never experienced that kind of inner environment. They have lived most of their lives under internal pressure, always trying to improve from a place of fear. So when they hear that safety helps people change, part of them resists it. They think, if I stop being hard on myself, I will fall apart. I will become lazy. I will lose all motivation. But often the opposite is true. Many people do not need more pressure to change. They need less fear around what happens if they are not perfect while they are changing. Because when the nervous system is not constantly bracing against shame, there is more energy available for actual growth. And maybe that is one of the most healing truths of all. You are not most likely to become who you are meant to be through force. You are most likely to become through enough steadiness, enough honesty, enough emotional safety that your deeper self no longer has to stay hidden behind survival. Real change is not usually born from being pushed to your limit over and over. It is born from the quiet moment when your system realizes it does not have to keep becoming through fear. That is when people start changing in ways that last. Not because they were pressured hard enough, but because something in them finally felt safe enough to stop pretending, stop bracing, and become real. Why healing can feel lonely before it feels liberating. One of the hardest parts of healing that almost nobody prepares you for is how lonely it can feel before it starts feeling freeing. People talk a lot about peace, clarity, self-respect, boundaries, emotional growth, and becoming a new version of yourself, but they do not always talk about the space in between. The strange, quiet, often uncomfortable stretch where you are no longer who you used to be, but not yet fully settled into who you are becoming. That in-between space can feel deeply isolating. Not because you are doing something wrong, but because healing often asks you to loosen your grip on what was familiar long before the new thing actually feels like home. And that is a very vulnerable place to live, because familiar pain still feels like belonging to the nervous system, even when it is hurting you. Familiar chaos still feels easier to orient around than unfamiliar peace. Familiar relationships, familiar habits, familiar coping patterns, familiar emotional roles, even familiar suffering can all create a false sense of identity and structure. So when healing begins, one of the first things it often does is make those old structures harder to live inside. Suddenly, the conversations that once felt normal start feeling draining. The dynamics you used to excuse start feeling heavy. The environments you once tolerated start making your body feel tired in a way you can no longer ignore. You begin to outgrow things before you have fully built what comes next, and that can feel less like liberation at first and more like emotional homelessness. That is why so many people get scared during the early stages of real healing. They assume that if growth were truly right for them, it would feel more empowering immediately. But often the first feeling is not empowerment, it is loss. Because even when you are leaving what hurt you, you are still leaving something. A pattern, a role, a fantasy, a version of connection, a survival strategy, a whole emotional world that, for better or worse, once gave you a place to stand. And when that begins to fall away, there can be a period where life feels emptier before it feels better, quieter before it feels peaceful, less stimulating before it feels stable. And if you do not understand that, you may panic and mistake the loneliness for a sign that you should go back. This is where a lot of people accidentally betray their healing, not because they do not want to grow, but because the loneliness of becoming can be more confronting than the pain of repeating. At least the old pain is familiar. At least you know how to survive there. At least the old version of your life, even if it costs you, does not require you to stand in uncertainty while your heart is still adjusting. But healing often asks exactly that of you. It asks you to tolerate the empty space where the old self is dissolving and the new self is not fully formed yet. And yes, that can feel incredibly lonely. It can feel lonely when fewer people understand you. Lonely when you stop over-explaining and realize how many connections only survived because you kept shrinking or performing. Lonely when your standards rise and suddenly, not everything fits anymore. Lonely when your body starts craving honesty and rest more than intensity and distraction. Lonely when you realize that some people were only easy to stay close to when you were disconnected from yourself. These are painful realizations, and they can make healing feel less like a beautiful transformation and more like a quiet separation from everything that once felt known. But this loneliness is not always emptiness. Sometimes it is space. That is a very important difference. Because while loneliness can feel like something is missing, Space is often where something new is trying to form. Space is what opens when your life can no longer keep organizing itself around what no longer aligns. Space is what appears when you stop filling every silence with people, habits, noise, and patterns that only ever kept you from hearing yourself clearly. Space can feel uncomfortable at first because it removes distraction. It brings you closer to your own truth. And truth, especially after a lifetime of emotional adaptation, can feel incredibly exposing before it starts feeling liberating. This is also why healing can make you feel misunderstood for a while. When you begin changing, not everyone will know how to meet the version of you that no longer performs the same role. Some people only knew how to love you when you were endlessly available, endlessly forgiving, endlessly accommodating, endlessly explainable. So when you start becoming quieter, clearer, more discerning, more protective of your peace, it can create distance. Not because you are becoming difficult, but because your nervous system is no longer willing to pay the same emotional price for connection. That can be deeply lonely, especially if you are someone who has always equated closeness with self-abandonment. But that loneliness is often part of the detox. It is what happens when your heart starts learning the difference between being surrounded and being safe. And maybe that is the hidden mercy in all of this. The loneliness of healing is often temporary, but the clarity it gives you can change your whole life. Because once you survive the emptier middle, once you stop running back to what no longer fits just because silence feels unfamiliar, something begins to shift. The space that once felt lonely starts feeling breathable. The quiet that once felt scary starts feeling clean. The boundaries that once felt isolating start feeling protective. The solitude that once felt like loss starts feeling like peace. And you begin to realize that what you thought was deprivation was often just detox from what had been overstimulating your soul for years. That is when healing starts becoming liberating. Not because the loneliness was fake, but because you stayed long enough to let it turn into something else. You stayed long enough to build a life that does not require constant self-betrayal to feel connected. You stayed long enough to let your inner world become less crowded with noise and more rooted in truth. You stayed long enough to discover that freedom often does not feel like fireworks in the beginning. Sometimes it feels like emptiness, then stillness, then space, then finally relief. So if healing has felt lonely lately, maybe that does not mean you are off track. Maybe it means you are in the middle of a very real transformation. Maybe your old life is losing its grip before your new life has fully arrived. Maybe your heart is learning how to survive without the patterns that once kept it company, but never really kept it safe. And maybe, if you stay with yourself long enough through this quieter season, what feels lonely now will one day feel like the exact space your freedom needed in order to find you. The quiet strength of choosing softness after hard times. There is a kind of strength the world understands immediately. The kind that looks sharp, controlled, productive, emotionally self-contained, and hard to shake. The kind that says, I survived by becoming tougher, less trusting, less affected, less available to anything that could hurt me again. That kind of strength gets rewarded early because it looks impressive. It looks efficient. It looks safe. And after hard times, it can feel incredibly tempting to build your whole identity around it. To decide that if life hurt you deeply enough, then the lesson must be to become harder than whatever tried to break you. Harder to reach. Harder to read. Harder to wound. But one of the quietest and most beautiful truths about healing is that there is another kind of strength, and it is often far less obvious. It is the strength of choosing softness after life gave you every reason to shut down. That kind of softness is not weakness. It is not naivety. It is not emotional fragility. In many ways, it is one of the most difficult things a person can choose. Because once you have been disappointed enough, betrayed enough, neglected enough, exhausted enough, or emotionally bruised enough, hardness starts to feel like intelligence. It feels like self-protection. It feels like proof that you have learned. And to be fair, some boundaries do need to become firmer. Some access does need to close. Some innocence does need to mature into discernment. Healing is not about becoming wide open in reckless ways. But there is a huge difference between becoming discerning and becoming defended against your own humanity. And that difference matters more than most people realize. Because when pain teaches you only how to armor, it does not just keep danger out. It often keeps tenderness out too. It keeps rest out, intimacy out, joy out, curiosity out. It keeps you from fully receiving the kinds of things your heart may still quietly long for. Not because you do not want them, but because the version of you that survived by tightening has a hard time believing softness is safe. So many people are not actually living in peace after hard times. They are living in guardedness and calling it strength. They are surviving through distance, emotional control, and constant self-protection while secretly wondering why they still feel so disconnected from life. That is why softness after pain is such a radical choice, because it means refusing to let suffering be the only teacher that defines you. It means deciding that what happened to you does not get to have the final word on how you move through the world. It means saying, yes, life made me more aware, more discerning, more honest, but it will not turn me into someone who can only feel safe by becoming emotionally unreachable. That is a powerful decision, and it often happens in much quieter ways than people expect. Softness can look like speaking to yourself gently on a day you would have once torn yourself apart. It can look like resting without demanding that you earn it first. It can look like choosing honesty over performance. It can look like crying without treating your tears like evidence that you are weak. It can look like letting good things feel good instead of instantly searching for what might go wrong. It can look like keeping your heart open to beauty, connection, and tenderness even after you have seen what disappointment can do. None of that is small. In fact, for many people, that is harder than being hard ever was. Because hardness often comes from instinct. Softness after pain comes from intention. It comes from deciding, again and again, that just because life taught you to brace does not mean you have to live braced forever. And that is not a one-time choice. It is a practice, a slow retraining of the nervous system, a way of teaching your body that not every quiet moment is dangerous, not every kind person is a trap, not every act of vulnerability is going to end in harm. That kind of retraining takes real courage, because it asks you to stay open enough to feel life again without pretending that pain never happened. And maybe that is what makes this kind of strength so sacred. It is not the strength of pretending you are untouched. It is the strength of remaining human after being hurt. The strength of not letting bitterness become your entire emotional language. The strength of not handing your softness over to the very things that tried to harden you. That does not mean you become endlessly forgiving or available to everyone. It does not mean you stop protecting yourself. It means your protection becomes wise instead of rigid. It means your boundaries become clear without your heart becoming cold. It means your peace is no longer built only through withdrawal, but also through the ability to stay tender in ways that still feel safe and true. A lot of people secretly fear softness because they confuse it with going backwards. They think if they soften, they will become vulnerable in the exact same ways that once got them hurt. But softness is not the same thing as being unguarded with everyone. It is not the same thing as having no standards, no boundaries, no discernment. Softness is what happens when your heart no longer needs to punish itself just to feel protected. It is what happens when you can be gentle without being naive, open without being careless, loving without abandoning yourself. That is not regression. That is maturity. And honestly, some of the strongest people you will ever meet are not the ones who became the hardest after pain. They are the ones who remained capable of warmth, the ones who still know how to be kind without becoming easy to misuse, the ones who still know how to rest, how to trust selectively, how to stay emotionally honest, how to let beauty reach them, how to stay soft in the places where softness still belongs. That kind of person has not failed to learn from life. They have learned deeply enough to know that becoming completely hardened is not the same thing as becoming whole. So if part of you has been feeling drawn toward a gentler way of living, a slower way, a softer way, maybe that is not weakness creeping in. Maybe that is healing. Maybe your system is tired of surviving only through tension. Maybe your heart is ready to stop proving its strength by how much it can suppress, endure, or carry without tenderness. Maybe the next version of your growth is not about becoming more impenetrable. Maybe it is about becoming safe enough within yourself that softness no longer feels like a threat. Because after hard times, anyone can become guarded. But to remain tender in the right places, with wisdom, with boundaries, with self-respect still intact, that is a very rare kind of strength. And it is one of the clearest signs that healing is becoming real. Why your body remembers stress but can also learn calm. Your body does not forget stress just because your mind understands that something is over. That is one of the most frustrating parts of healing, because a lot of people think that once they have enough insight, enough self-awareness, enough perspective, their body should automatically stop reacting the way it used to. They expect that once they know better, they should instantly feel better. But the body is not that quick to trust. It remembers through sensation, through tension, through habits of bracing, through the way your chest tightens before your thoughts even catch up, through the way your sleep stays light, your jaw stays clenched, your shoulders stay raised, your stomach stays unsettled, your breath stays shallow even on days when nothing visibly bad is happening. And when people notice that, they often become afraid of themselves. They think if my body is still reacting, then maybe I am not actually safe. Maybe I am still broken. Maybe I am never going to feel normal again. But that is not the full truth. Your body absolutely remembers stress. But it can also learn calm, and that changes everything. What most people are never taught is that the body is always trying to protect you based on what it has learned to expect. If stress, unpredictability, emotional inconsistency, conflict, over-responsibility, or chronic survival became normal for long enough, your system adapted around that reality. It learned to stay alert. It learned to scan. It learned to tighten before impact. It learned that rest was not always safe, that peace might be temporary, that softness might leave you exposed. None of that means your body is broken. It means your body is intelligent. It did exactly what it had to do to help you survive environments or experiences that required too much vigilance for too long. The problem is not that your body learned stress. The problem is that many people start hating themselves for still carrying the imprint of what they had to adapt to. That is where so much unnecessary suffering gets added. Not just from the stress itself, but from the shame people attach to their own nervous system. They say things like, "Why can I not just relax? Why am I still so tense? Why do I keep reacting like this? Why is my body acting like something is wrong when everything is technically fine?" But technically fine is not always enough to calm a body that has been trained by lived experience instead of logic. The nervous system does not fully reset through explanation alone. It resets through enough repeated experiences of actual safety that the body slowly begins to believe the danger is not still happening in the same way. And that is where hope lies, even if it does not always feel dramatic. Because while the body absolutely remembers stress, it is not frozen there forever. The nervous system is trainable. It is adaptive in both directions. The same body that learned to brace can also learn to soften. The same system that learned to expect danger can also slowly gather proof that not every silence means something is wrong. Not every mistake means collapse. Not every pause means abandonment. Not every unfamiliar feeling means threat. But this kind of learning usually happens much more quietly than people expect. It is not always one giant breakthrough where your body suddenly feels light and free forever. More often, it is built through repetition, through enough small moments where calm is experienced instead of just imagined. That can look incredibly ordinary from the outside. It can look like breathing fully without realizing you had been holding your breath. It can look like a conversation where you stay grounded instead of spiraling. It can look like falling asleep a little easier than you used to. It can look like recovering faster after being triggered. It can look like your body not panicking as hard in situations that once completely overwhelmed you. It can look like no longer feeling the same instinct to chase, explain, overfix, or overprepare. These things may not feel dramatic enough to reassure you in the moment, but they are often exactly how the body starts learning a new language. And that language is not force. That is where so many people accidentally make healing harder. They try to bully their nervous system into calm. They get frustrated with themselves for still being activated. They demand peace from a body that is still carrying too much unfinished alarm. But pressure rarely teaches safety. The body does not soften because it was criticized hard enough. It softens when it experiences enough steadiness, enough slowness, enough gentleness, enough non-threatening repetition that it no longer has to keep choosing survival as its default setting. This is why real calm is not something you perform. It is something your system gradually starts trusting. There is also something deeply emotional about this process, because as your body starts learning calm, it can bring up grief too. Grief for how long you had to stay tense. Grief for how normal stress once felt. Grief for how much of your life was spent surviving instead of resting. Sometimes the beginning of calm does not just feel soothing. Sometimes it feels unfamiliar enough to make you emotional, because your body is not only learning a new state, it is also realizing how long it lived without it. That can be tender, that can be heavy, but it is also part of the healing, and maybe that is one of the most comforting truths anyone can hear. If your body still feels wired, guarded, reactive, or tired, that does not mean you are beyond repair. It does not mean calm is only for other people. It does not mean you missed your chance to feel safe inside yourself. It simply means your body has been loyal to the conditions it learned from, and bodies can learn new conditions. Slowly, yes. Imperfectly, yes. But genuinely. So if you are in a season where your body still remembers too much stress, maybe the goal is not to punish it for that. Maybe the goal is to start offering it enough small, honest experiences of safety that it no longer has to stay on duty all the time. Enough rest, enough steadiness, enough truth, enough softness, enough moments where your system gets to feel what it was never fully taught before. That calm does not always disappear. That peace does not always betray you. That not every day requires armor. Because your body remembers stress, but it also remembers what you repeat. And with enough gentleness, enough consistency, and enough time, it can begin remembering calm too. The truth about grieving the version of you that had to survive. One of the deepest and most unexpected parts of healing is realizing that you are not only grieving what happened to you. Sometimes you are grieving the version of you that had to live through it. And that kind of grief can be especially hard to name, because it is not always about one event, one person, or one obvious loss. It is about looking back at who you had to become in order to survive and feeling a kind of ache that does not fit neatly into language. An ache for how hard you had to be, how alert you had to stay, how much you had to suppress, how much you had to carry alone, how many parts of yourself had to go quiet just to make it through a season, a relationship, a home, a heartbreak, a life that asked too much of you for too long. This grief often arrives later, not during the hardest part itself, because when you are in survival mode, you usually do not have the luxury of fully feeling what it is costing you. Your system is focused on functioning, on adapting, on making it to tomorrow. You become who you need to become because there is no time to ask whether that version of you is sustainable, fair, or emotionally safe. You just do it. You become stronger than you should have had to be, quieter than you wanted to be, more responsible, more detached, more self-abandoning, more numb, more hyper-aware, more useful, more emotionally self-contained, whatever the moment demanded. And often, from the outside, people may even praise that version of you. They may call you resilient, mature, independent, strong. But what they do not always see is the invisible cost of having to become that way before your heart was ready. That is where this kind of grief becomes so painful, because sometimes the person you are healing from is not only the one who hurt you. Sometimes it is also the self you had to become around that hurt. The self who learned to expect less. The self who learned to stay small. The self who became excellent at overfunctioning, people-pleasing, shutting down, scanning for danger, carrying everyone else, or pretending to be okay. You may feel grateful to that version of you because they got you through. And you may also feel deeply sad for them. Sad that they had to exist at all. Sad that they had to work so hard. Sad that they had to become fluent in survival instead of softness. That sadness can be incredibly disorienting because many people think healing is only supposed to be about moving on from the pain itself. But often, there is a second layer. The grief of seeing your own adaptation clearly for the first time. The grief of realizing just how much of your life was shaped around endurance instead of ease. The grief of understanding that some of your most praised qualities were actually coping mechanisms built under pressure. That realization can crack something open in a very tender way, because now you are not only trying to recover from what happened, you are also trying to meet, with compassion, the self who had to live in ways that no longer feel aligned with who you are becoming. And maybe that is one of the most human things anyone can experience. To look back and feel both love and sorrow for who you once had to be. To realize that the version of you who survived was not weak, not dramatic, not too much, not failing. They were adapting. They were doing whatever they could with the tools, awareness, support, and nervous system capacity they had at the time. That deserves tenderness, not judgment. But tenderness does not erase grief. In fact, sometimes tenderness is what finally allows grief to surface honestly. Because once you stop criticizing that old version of yourself, you begin to feel what they never fully had room to feel. You feel the exhaustion they carried, the fear they normalized, the loneliness they swallowed, the needs they silenced, the softness they postponed. And that can be heartbreaking. Not in a dramatic way, but in a very quiet, almost sacred way. The kind of heartbreak that comes when you realize how long you lived disconnected from your own ease and called it strength because you had no other option. This is why healing can sometimes feel heavier before it feels lighter. Because part of becoming whole is not only leaving pain behind. It is also mourning what pain required from you. Mourning the years you spent braced. Mourning the version of you who thought they had to over-earn love, over-explain their feelings, over-prove their worth, over-function through exhaustion, or stay emotionally armored just to be safe. That grief is real, and it matters. Because if you never let yourself grieve that self, you may keep unconsciously trying to become them again every time life gets hard, simply because survival has felt more familiar than softness. But when you do grieve them, something powerful begins to happen. You stop romanticizing the version of you who could carry everything. You stop treating emotional numbness like strength. You stop admiring your own self-abandonment as if it were maturity. And in that space, you begin making room for a different kind of self to emerge. Not one built only around survival, but one built around truth, peace, boundaries, rest, and emotional honesty. That version of you may feel less impressive to the world at first, because they are often softer, slower, and less available for what drains them. But they are usually much more alive. There is also something deeply healing about understanding that you do not have to hate who you were in order to outgrow them. A lot of people feel ashamed of the old version of themselves, ashamed of how much they tolerated, how they coped, what they ignored, what they became. But shame keeps you disconnected from the very compassion that healing needs. The truth is, the version of you that survived deserves respect. They got you here, but they do not have to lead forever. You are allowed to thank them and still let them rest. And maybe that is the soothing truth inside all of this. If you have been feeling emotional in ways you cannot fully explain, if there is sadness rising that seems deeper than the original wound itself, maybe you are not just grieving what happened. Maybe you are grieving who you had to be while it was happening. Maybe your heart is finally honoring the cost of survival in a way it never had time to before. And if that is true, then this sadness is not a sign that you are falling apart. It may be a sign that you are finally becoming gentle enough with yourself to feel the truth. Not just that you were hurt, but that you had to become someone very specific in order to survive that hurt. And now, slowly, lovingly, honestly, you are allowed to become someone else. why you don't need closure to begin feeling lighter. One of the most exhausting myths people carry through heartbreak, grief, betrayal, and emotional pain is the belief that they need closure before they can finally feel at peace. They think if they could just get the right conversation, the right explanation, the right apology, the right final moment where everything makes sense, then their heart would finally settle. Then they would be able to stop replaying it, stop carrying it, stop feeling so emotionally tethered to what happened. And because that hope feels so convincing, people can spend months or even years emotionally circling the same wound, waiting for a kind of ending that life does not always give, waiting for one last answer, one last truth, one last act of clarity that will somehow make the pain feel complete enough to put down. But one of the gentlest and most freeing truths about healing is that you do not always need closure to begin feeling lighter. That can be a difficult truth to accept, especially if part of you still believes that understanding what happened would finally make it hurt less. And sometimes, yes, clarity can help. Sometimes a conversation does bring peace. Sometimes truth really does loosen the hold a wound has on you. But often, what people are calling closure is actually a deeper emotional wish. The wish to undo the confusion. The wish to make the pain feel fair. The wish to hear something that proves what happened was not a reflection of their worth. The wish to finally receive from the source of the wound the very thing that would make the wound stop aching. And that is such a human desire. But it is also where so many people stay trapped, because the person, situation, or life event that hurt you is not always capable of giving you the kind of ending your heart deserves. That is where the real heartbreak often lies. Not only in what happened, but in the painful realization that the final soothing you wanted may never come in the form you imagined. And if you keep making your peace dependent on that missing piece, you can accidentally hand your healing over to something that may never arrive. You keep waiting for the apology that does not come, the explanation that still does not explain enough, the conversation that leaves you feeling emptier instead of clearer. The person who hurt you to suddenly become emotionally equipped to repair what they damaged. And all the while, your nervous system stays suspended in a kind of emotional unfinishedness, not because healing is impossible, but because your mind has attached relief to a door that may never open. This is why closure is often not the magical thing people think it is. Even when you do get answers, they do not always satisfy the deeper ache. Sometimes you finally hear the truth, and it still hurts. Sometimes the explanation is disappointing, shallow, selfish, or emotionally inadequate. Sometimes the apology comes too late, too vaguely, or from someone who still does not truly understand what they did to you. Sometimes you get the conversation you thought you needed and realize it does not actually free you in the way you imagined, because the deepest part of pain is not always solved by information. Sometimes it is softened by acceptance, by grieving what was, by letting reality be what it is instead of what you still wish it had become. That is a very different kind of healing, and yes, it is harder in some ways, because it asks you to begin releasing something before every loose end has been tied. It asks you to stop making emotional peace dependent on a perfect ending. It asks you to build closure from within instead of waiting for life to hand it to you from the outside. And that can feel incredibly unfair at first. Why should you have to create peace around something you did not break? Why should you have to soothe what someone else damaged? Those are valid questions. But the answer is not that you deserved this burden. The answer is simply that your freedom matters too much to leave it sitting forever in the hands of what hurt you. And maybe that is where feeling lighter actually begins. Not when everything finally makes sense, but when you stop requiring perfect sense in order to loosen your grip. Not when every question is answered, but when your heart gets tired of sacrificing its peace to questions that are no longer leading anywhere healing. Not when the story gets rewritten into something beautiful, but when you begin accepting that some chapters were painful, unfinished, unfair, and still not meant to define the rest of your life. This does not mean pretending you do not care. It does not mean bypassing grief, suppressing anger, or forcing yourself into fake detachment. It means something much more honest than that. It means allowing yourself to acknowledge that yes, this mattered deeply. Yes, some part of you still wishes it had ended differently. Yes, there are things you may never fully understand. And still, your life does not have to remain emotionally paused until the missing answers appear. That is where real relief begins, in the moment you realize that your healing does not have to wait for the world to become more coherent than it actually is. There is also something deeply soothing about understanding that closure is not always a conversation. Sometimes closure is distance. Sometimes it is seeing the pattern clearly enough that you no longer need one more explanation. Sometimes it is realizing that no answer they could give would ever be enough to restore what was lost. Sometimes closure is your body finally getting tired of carrying the same emotional weight and deciding very quietly that it wants peace more than it wants one more round of searching. Sometimes closure is simply the moment when you stop going back to the wound for something it has already proven it cannot give you. That kind of closure is not dramatic. It is not cinematic. It often does not come with one big final release. It comes slowly, through repetition, through enough days where you stop checking, through enough nights where you stop rehearsing what you would say, through enough moments where your energy begins returning to your own life instead of staying trapped in the emotional architecture of what hurt you. And one day, you notice that the need for closure itself is not as loud as it used to be. Not because everything feels resolved, but because your heart has started learning how to rest without every missing answer. So if part of you has been waiting to finally feel lighter only after the perfect closure arrives, maybe you do not have to keep waiting. Maybe the peace you want is not on the other side of one final conversation, one final explanation, or one final emotional breakthrough from the very thing that wounded you. Maybe it begins much more quietly than that. Maybe it begins the moment you stop making your relief conditional on an ending life may never deliver exactly the way you hoped. Because sometimes healing does not come from getting closure. Sometimes it comes from no longer needing it in order to begin letting the weight go. How small daily comforts can rebuild a broken inner world. When people talk about healing, they often imagine it happening through big moments. A breakthrough conversation, a powerful realization, a dramatic release, a life-changing decision. Something large enough to match the size of what hurt. And that makes sense, because when your inner world has been shaken, it is natural to assume that only something equally intense can put you back together again. But one of the most soothing and quietly life-changing truths about recovery is that a broken inner world is often not rebuilt through intensity. It is rebuilt through small daily comforts. through ordinary things that seem almost too simple to matter, until one day you realize they have been slowly stitching your nervous system, your emotions, and your sense of self back together in ways you never fully noticed while it was happening. This can be hard to trust at first because pain makes people crave dramatic relief. It makes them want the one insight, the one answer, the one emotional shift that will finally make everything feel different. But deep healing rarely works like a single event. More often, it works like repeated nourishment, the kind that does not look impressive from the outside, the kind that would be easy to dismiss if you were only measuring progress by intensity. A warm drink in the morning before the world gets loud, a blanket that makes your body feel a little less braced, the same calming song at night, a quiet walk, a familiar meal, a clean room, a soft light, a voice that does not demand anything from you, a ritual that tells your body, in the gentlest possible way, we are still here, and we are trying to make this place feel safer to live in. And maybe that sounds small, but small is often exactly what the nervous system can actually receive when it has been overwhelmed for too long. After emotional pain, many people do not need more intensity. They need more steadiness, more predictability, more moments that do not ask anything from them except presence. Because when your inner world has been fractured by grief, stress, heartbreak, fear, burnout, or long periods of emotional survival, what is often missing is not just happiness. It is a basic felt sense of softness, of rhythm, of being held by your own life in tiny ways that remind your body not every moment has to be endured. This matters more than most people realize. A broken inner world is not always rebuilt through solving every emotional question. Sometimes it is rebuilt by teaching the body that goodness still exists in repeatable forms, that there are still moments of safety, warmth, beauty, slowness, and care available to you, even while bigger pain is still healing. And the reason this is so powerful is because trauma, heartbreak, and prolonged stress often do not only hurt your emotions. They distort your relationship with ordinary life. They can make the world feel harsher, flatter, colder, more effortful. They can make your own home feel less restful, your own body feel less trustworthy, your own mind feel less inhabitable. That is why small comforts matter. They begin restoring your relationship to being alive in a way that feels manageable enough to actually land. And no, these comforts do not erase deep pain overnight. That is not their job. Their job is something quieter and more sacred than that. Their job is to keep placing tiny pieces of gentleness back into the places where life once felt only sharp, demanding, or emotionally unsafe. Over time, that changes things. Not always all at once, but slowly enough that one day you realize your body is no longer living in the same level of deprivation it once was. You realize you have created little islands of relief inside your day. Little places where your system gets to unclench. Little moments where you are not only surviving your life, but actually tending to it. There is also something deeply healing about the fact that daily comforts often restore agency. Pain can make people feel powerless. It can make their inner world feel chaotic, foreign, and out of reach. But small acts of comfort are a way of saying, I may not be able to fix everything today, but I can still create one honest moment of care. I can still make tea. I can still sit in sunlight. I can still wash my face gently. I can still choose a blanket, a scent, a sound, a meal, a rhythm, a pause that reminds my system I am not abandoning myself today. These things are not meaningless. They are often the exact opposite. They are proof that healing does not always begin with mastery. Sometimes it begins with atmosphere, and that is such an important truth, especially for people who have spent most of their lives trying to heal through effort alone. Not every wound needs to be approached through force, analysis, or emotional excavation every single day. Some parts of you also need sweetness, need consistency, need sensory reassurance, need enough softness around the edges of your life that your inner world starts feeling less like a war zone and more like a place worth returning to. That is what comfort can do when it is offered regularly and without guilt. It can begin making your life feel livable again from the inside out. The beautiful thing is that your system often responds to what is repeated more than what is dramatic. One big comforting moment can help, yes, but 100 small ones can reshape your emotional baseline over time. They can teach your body to expect a little more gentleness, a little more rhythm, a little more care. And that matters because what your nervous system learns to expect begins shaping how it experiences the world. If pain taught you to expect harshness, then daily comfort can slowly become a counter lesson, not by pretending life is easy, but by proving that tenderness can coexist with healing. So if your inner world still feels fragile, heavy, scattered, or difficult to live inside, maybe the answer is not always to search for one huge emotional breakthrough. Maybe part of the repair begins in much quieter places, in the repeated comforts that seem almost too ordinary to count, in the rituals that calm your body before your mind fully understands why, in the small, faithful ways you keep making life softer around the edges, even while deeper healing is still unfolding, because broken inner worlds are not always rebuilt through intensity. Sometimes they are rebuilt through warmth, through rhythm, through repetition, through enough small daily comforts that one day, without even realizing exactly when it happened, your inner life starts feeling less shattered and more like somewhere you can finally rest again. Why some answers only arrive after you stop chasing them. There is a certain kind of emotional exhaustion that comes from trying too hard to understand something before your heart is actually ready to understand it. You replay the conversation. You analyze every detail. You search for the deeper meaning. You try to connect every pattern, every mixed signal, every silence, every turning point, every moment you think you should have noticed something sooner. And in the middle of all that effort, it can genuinely feel like, if you just think about it one more way, if you just look at it from one more angle, the answer will finally come. The peace will finally land. The confusion will finally break open into clarity. But one of the most soothing and strangely humbling truths about healing is that some answers only arrive after you stop chasing them. That can feel incredibly frustrating, especially if you are someone who copes through understanding. A lot of people survive pain by trying to make sense of it. They believe that if they can explain it, organize it, trace it, and mentally solve it, they will be safer. And to be fair, understanding can absolutely be part of healing. Insight matters. Pattern recognition matters. Naming what happened matters. But there is a point where the search for answers quietly stops being healing and starts becoming a way of staying emotionally entangled with the wound. Not because you want to suffer, but because the mind keeps convincing you that relief is still hidden somewhere inside the very thing that already drained you. That is where people can get stuck for a very long time. They are not only hurting from what happened, they are also hurting from the endless internal pursuit of making it make perfect sense. Why did they do that? Why did I stay? What did I miss? What was real? What changed? What does this say about me? Why did it affect me this deeply? What was I supposed to learn? And while some of those questions are natural and even necessary for a while, they can also become emotionally addictive if you are not careful. Because chasing answers can create the illusion of movement while actually keeping you orbiting the same pain over and over again. What makes this especially hard is that the mind often does not know when enough understanding has already been gathered. It keeps going back because it believes one final insight will create total relief. But life rarely works that way. Some things do not become clear through more effort. Some things become clear through distance, through nervous system regulation, through emotional detachment, through time, through no longer needing the answer with the same desperation. And that is often the part nobody tells you. Clarity does not always come when you are gripping the hardest. Sometimes it comes only after your grip loosens. There is a real reason for that. When you are emotionally activated, your mind is not always in the best position to see things clearly. Pain narrows perception. It makes everything feel urgent, personal, and emotionally loaded. It can make you over-focus on certain details and completely miss others. It can keep you searching from the same wounded perspective over and over again, hoping that somehow the same state of mind that got overwhelmed by the pain will also be the state that resolves it. But often, the answer does not arrive until you are no longer asking from inside the same exact emotional storm. That is why so many people have had the strange experience of clarity showing up when they least expect it. In the shower, on a walk, while folding laundry, in the middle of a quiet evening when they were not even trying to solve anything. Suddenly, something clicks. Not because they finally forced the answer out, but because enough pressure had left the system for truth to surface naturally. That is not laziness. That is not avoidance. That is often how integration actually works. The mind can only metabolize so much while it is still emotionally gripping for control. And honestly, some answers do not arrive because you figured them out. They arrive because you outgrew the version of you who needed them in the same way. That is a very different kind of clarity. It is the kind that comes when your self-worth is no longer hanging on the explanation. When your peace is no longer dependent on understanding every contradiction. When your nervous system is no longer searching the past like it is still responsible for preventing the original pain from ever happening. At that point, the answer often stops feeling like a dramatic revelation and starts feeling almost quiet, almost obvious, like something your deeper self knew all along but could not fully access while fear was still making too much noise. This is especially true with emotional pain that involves confusion, mixed messages, or unresolved endings. People often chase answers because uncertainty feels unbearable. The mind would almost rather have a painful explanation than no explanation at all. At least pain feels concrete. At least certainty feels like something to hold. But the deeper healing often begins when you stop for certainty out of places that were never built to offer it cleanly. When you stop demanding that every loose end tie itself up before you are allowed to breathe again. When you stop making peace conditional on total intellectual closure. That does not mean you become indifferent. It does not mean your questions were stupid or that your search for meaning was a waste. It simply means there comes a point where your healing may need less pursuit and more space. Less obsession and more stillness. less interrogation and more trust that what is truly yours to understand will reveal itself when your system is no longer trying to wrestle it into existence. And maybe that is the real comfort here. You do not have to solve everything today. You do not have to squeeze wisdom out of every painful thing before your heart is ready. You do not have to keep exhausting yourself trying to force answers out of what has already cost you enough. Some truths really do need room. Some clarity really does need silence. Some understanding really does arrive only after your body has stopped bracing and your mind has stopped sprinting in circles around the same wound. So if you feel tired from chasing answers lately, maybe that exhaustion is not failure. Maybe it is a sign that your system is ready for a different kind of healing. One that does not come from gripping tighter, but from loosening enough to let what is real finally rise on its own. Because sometimes the answer is not hiding from you. Sometimes it is simply waiting for you to stop chasing long enough to hear it. The peaceful truth that not every scar needs an explanation. Some pain leaves behind such a deep mark that the mind immediately starts trying to explain it. Why did this happen? Why did it happen like that? Why did it affect me so much? Why did I not see it sooner? Why did they do what they did? Why did life allow this version of the story instead of another one? And at first, that search can feel necessary. It can feel like the only way to keep the wound from becoming meaningless. Because when something hurts deeply, the human mind often tries to protect itself by turning pain into a puzzle. If it can understand the scar, maybe it can control it. Maybe it can make sure nothing like this ever happens again. Maybe it can reduce the ache by finding the right reason for why it had to be this way. But one of the most peaceful truths about healing is that not every scar needs an explanation in order to stop hurting the way it once did. That truth can be difficult to accept because explanation feels emotionally responsible. It feels mature. It feels like what you are supposed to do after something painful. Learn the lesson, understand the pattern, find the meaning, make it make sense. And yes, there are times when insight genuinely helps. Sometimes understanding what happened does bring relief. Sometimes language helps your nervous system stop living in confusion. But there is a difference between meaningful understanding and endless emotional interrogation. And a lot of people do not realize when they have crossed from healing into self-exhausting analysis. They keep turning the scar over in their mind, not because they are still finding something new, but because some part of them still believes peace is hiding inside one final explanation they have not reached yet. The problem is that not every wound was created in a way that will ever feel satisfying to explain. Some things happened because people were limited. Some happened because they were selfish, unconscious, avoidant, emotionally unavailable, or unable to hold the weight of what they touched. Some happened because life is imperfect and timing is cruel and human beings are capable of causing real damage without ever becoming clear enough to explain themselves in a way that heals the people they hurt. And sometimes the explanation, even if you had it, would still not soothe the part of you that is grieving what the experience cost. That is where people often get stuck. They think they are looking for understanding, but what they are often really looking for is relief. Relief from the confusion. Relief from the unfairness. Relief from the emotional residue left behind by something that did not end cleanly or kindly. And that is such a human thing to want. But the hard truth is that an explanation does not always deliver the peace people imagine it will. Sometimes it just gives the mind another thing to chew on, another angle to obsess over, another reason to stay connected to the wound instead of beginning to loosen its grip. This is especially true when the scar touches something older in you, because often, what hurts most is not only the event itself, it is what it awakened, the abandonment it touched, the insecurity it magnified, the old fear it confirmed, the version of you it activated. In those cases, the explanation for what happened out there is not always enough to soothe what got stirred up in here. You can understand someone's behavior and still feel the ache. You can explain the pattern and still carry the emotional imprint. You can know why it happened and still need time to soften around what it meant to your nervous system. That is why some scars stop needing answers only when you stop demanding that the scar become more logical than it actually was. There is something deeply freeing about realizing that a scar does not have to become fully interpretable in order to become lighter. Some scars are simply evidence that something mattered, something hurt, something changed you. That is enough. They do not always need a beautiful lesson attached to them. They do not always need to fit neatly into a story of purpose or poetic transformation. Sometimes a scar is just where life was rough with you for a while. Sometimes it is just where love was mishandled, trust was broken, safety was interrupted, or innocence had to leave earlier than it should have. And maybe peace begins not when you can perfectly explain that, but when you stop insisting that it must become cleaner than it was. This does not mean your pain was meaningless. It does not mean reflection is useless. It does not mean you should avoid self-understanding. It simply means you are allowed to stop over-demanding from the scar itself. You are allowed to let some things remain partially unresolved without treating that as a failure of your healing. You are allowed to carry a mark without making it your lifelong job to decode every edge of it. That is not giving up. That is emotional maturity in a quieter form. It is the maturity of knowing that not everything painful can be turned into a perfect explanation, and not everything unresolved has to keep owning your peace. And honestly, some of the deepest healing happens the moment you stop trying to make your scars justify themselves. The moment you stop asking every wound to explain why it belonged in your life. The moment you stop needing every painful chapter to reveal some grand reason before you are allowed to rest. Because not every scar came to teach you something dazzling. Some came because life is life and people are people and survival leaves marks. That does not make your pain small. It just means your peace does not have to remain held hostage by a search for meaning that may never fully satisfy your heart. So if there is something in your life you still cannot fully explain, something that left a mark you still carry without a neat answer, maybe that does not mean you are unfinished. Maybe it does not mean your healing is incomplete. Maybe it simply means you are human, and some human pain remains partially wordless even as it softens. Maybe your scar does not need one more interpretation. Maybe it needs less pressure, less interrogation, less demand to become emotionally elegant before it is allowed to rest. Because some scars do not need to be explained in order to become peaceful. Sometimes they only need to be held with enough gentleness that they no longer have to keep proving why they hurt. Why compassion toward yourself speeds up inner repair. Most people do not realize how much of their healing is being slowed down by the way they speak to themselves while they are trying to recover. They think the real problem is the wound, the heartbreak, the burnout, the grief, the anxiety, the old patterns, the emotional exhaustion. And yes, those things absolutely matter. But what often goes unnoticed is the second layer of pain that gets added on top of the original hurt. The layer created by self-criticism, impatience, internal pressure, and the constant feeling that you should be doing better than you are. You should be over this by now. You should be stronger than this. You should not still be affected. You should have figured this out already. That inner tone can become so normal that people stop hearing how harsh it really is. They think it is motivating them, keeping them accountable, making sure they do not get stuck. But in reality, for many people, it is doing the exact opposite. It is keeping the nervous system tense, ashamed, and emotionally defended when what healing usually needs most is enough safety to begin repairing from the inside. That is why compassion toward yourself is not some soft extra. It is not just a nice mindset if you happen to be in the mood for it. It is often one of the most biologically and emotionally effective things you can bring into the healing process, because repair does not happen best in an inner environment that feels hostile. Human beings do not regulate, process, and integrate pain most effectively when they are being attacked from within. They may become more controlled, more high-functioning, more able to push through. But true repair is something deeper than performance. It requires the parts of you that are hurt, ashamed, overwhelmed, or still carrying old survival responses to feel safe enough to stop hiding. That is where self-compassion changes everything. Not because it magically removes pain overnight, but because it changes the conditions under which pain is being held. It changes the atmosphere. Instead of every hard emotion being met with judgment, there is space. Instead of every setback becoming proof that you are broken, there is perspective. Instead of every triggered reaction turning into a spiral of self-disappointment, there is enough gentleness for the nervous system to come down faster. And that matters more than people think. Because the speed of healing is not only about how quickly the pain disappears, it is also about how much extra suffering you stop adding to it. This is one of the most overlooked truths in emotional recovery. A lot of what keeps wounds active is not only the wound itself. It is the way people keep reopening it through self-hostility. They shame themselves for still grieving. They shame themselves for needing rest. They shame themselves for being sensitive, avoidant, scared, angry, tired, messy, inconsistent, or not as healed as they hoped they would be by now. And every time that happens, the body often registers more threat, not less, more pressure, more contraction, more emotional isolation, more evidence that even inside their own inner world, there is no safe place to land. That is not an ideal environment for healing. That is an ideal environment for staying defended. Compassion interrupts that cycle. It does not mean excusing everything. It does not mean refusing accountability or pretending harmful patterns do not need to change. It means meeting what is true without cruelty. It means being honest without being brutal. It means learning how to say, yes, this is painful. Yes, I am still struggling here. Yes, I do need to grow, and I do not have to hate myself while that process is happening. That shift may sound small, but for many people, it is revolutionary, because they have spent most of their lives believing the only way to improve is through pressure, through self-judgment, through staying hard on themselves so they never get too comfortable. But pressure often creates fear-based adaptation. Compassion creates enough internal safety for actual transformation. There is also something deeply healing about the fact that self-compassion helps the nervous system stop treating your own inner world like an emergency. When you respond to your pain with gentleness instead of attack, your body gets a different message. It learns that discomfort does not always have to lead to collapse, that mistakes do not have to lead to humiliation, that difficult feelings do not automatically make you unsafe inside yourself. Over time, this creates more emotional resilience, not less, because resilience is not only about enduring pain, it is also about how quickly and kindly you can come back to yourself when pain shows up. And maybe that is why compassion speeds up repair in such a quiet but profound way. It reduces resistance. So much of suffering becomes heavier when you are fighting yourself while trying to heal, fighting your timeline, fighting your sensitivity, fighting your exhaustion, fighting your grief, fighting your need for slowness, softness, repetition, rest, or emotional honesty. But when compassion enters the picture, some of that fight starts dissolving. You stop wasting so much energy trying to force yourself into a version of healing that looks more impressive than the one your body is actually capable of right now. And in that space, repair can finally begin to happen more honestly. This is especially important for people who were not met with enough compassion in the places they were first wounded. Because often, part of what is being repaired now is not only the original pain, but the absence of tenderness around that pain. The part of you that got hurt and then had to carry it alone. The part of you that learned to keep going without comfort. The part of you that became excellent at functioning but never learned how to be soothed. That part does not heal faster through more pressure. It heals faster when it finally experiences what it did not get enough of before. Patience, safety, understanding. A voice that says, "I know this is hard, and I am not leaving you here." So if you feel like your healing has been taking longer than you want, it may be worth asking not only what you are carrying, but how you are carrying it. It may be worth noticing whether your inner tone is helping the repair or quietly slowing it down. Because the truth is, people often do not need more shame to heal. They need less fear around what it means to still be in process. And maybe that is one of the most soothing truths of all. You do not speed up inner repair by becoming harsher toward your wounds. You speed it up by creating an inner environment where healing is actually allowed to happen. One where truth can be told without punishment. One where pain can be felt without self-abandonment. One where the hurting parts of you are not treated like burdens to get rid of, but like places still worthy of care. That is what compassion does. It does not make healing shallow. It makes healing possible faster, deeper, and with far less unnecessary suffering along the way. How emotional safety creates room for real growth. Real growth does not usually begin the moment you finally push yourself hard enough. It begins the moment some part of you no longer feels like it has to stay in survival just to get through the day. That is one of the most misunderstood truths about healing and change, because so many people have been taught to believe that growth comes from pressure, intensity, and constant self-correction. They think if they just become more disciplined, more productive, more emotionally controlled, more demanding of themselves, they will finally transform. And while pressure can absolutely create temporary performance, it often does not create deep change. More often, it creates adaptation under stress. And adaptation under stress can look impressive for a while, but it usually does not reach the parts of you that actually need to heal in order for growth to become sustainable. That is why emotional safety matters so much more than people realize. Emotional safety is not just a nice environment to have if everything else is already going well. It is often the condition that makes real growth possible in the first place, because when your nervous system feels chronically threatened, whether by external chaos or your own internal pressure, it tends to organize around protection, not expansion. It becomes more reactive, more defended, more avoidant, more perfectionistic, more self-monitoring, more afraid of mistakes, more likely to repeat what feels familiar even when familiar is painful. In that state, you can still function. You can still achieve. You can still look like you are doing well from the outside. But deep inside, the parts of you that are still scared, ashamed, tired, or emotionally underdeveloped often stay frozen in place because they do not feel safe enough to change honestly. That is the part a lot of people miss. Real growth is not only about learning better behaviors. It is also about becoming safe enough to tell the truth about what is actually going on underneath those behaviors. And truth rarely surfaces in an environment that feels punishing. If every flaw inside you gets met with shame, if every emotional reaction gets treated like weakness, if every setback becomes evidence that you are failing, your system does not become more open to growth. It becomes more strategic about hiding, more skilled at performing, more desperate to appear okay, more disconnected from the very parts of you that most need care, understanding, and repair. This is why people can spend years trying to improve themselves without ever feeling deeply changed. They are working so hard on the surface while the deeper layers stay untouched. They are fixing symptoms while the root remains protected. They are trying to become calmer without feeling safe, trying to become more disciplined without understanding their exhaustion, trying to become more emotionally available while still terrified of what honesty might expose, trying to become more secure while living inside a nervous system that still expects abandonment, criticism, or instability. And then they wonder why growth feels so inconsistent. But the truth is, parts of you cannot fully mature in environments where they still feel under threat. Emotional safety creates something precious that pressure rarely can. It creates room to notice, room to reflect, room to feel without immediately collapsing into self-judgment, room to recognize patterns without turning every pattern into proof that you are broken, room to be imperfect without your whole sense of worth going into crisis. That room matters because growth needs space. It needs enough internal steadiness for honesty to emerge without panic, enough softness for the truth to come out before it gets covered back up by shame, enough regulation that your mind and body can stay present with discomfort long enough to actually learn from it instead of instantly defending against it. This is true in relationships too, not just in the private relationship you have with yourself. People often grow the most in spaces where they do not feel constantly braced to be misunderstood, punished, dismissed, or emotionally unsafe. That does not mean growth requires being coddled or never challenged. It means challenge lands differently when it exists inside safety instead of fear. A person can hear hard truths, face themselves honestly, and make real changes far more effectively when they are not simultaneously fighting for their emotional survival. Safety does not remove accountability. It actually makes accountability more usable because the nervous system is not too busy defending itself to receive what is true. And maybe this is why so many people have mistaken harshness for strength for so long. They have never been shown what it feels like to change from a place of safety instead of fear. They only know how to improve through pressure, self-criticism, urgency, and emotional force. So when they start softening, they often panic. They think, if I stop being hard on myself, I will stop growing. If I stop bracing, I will become lazy. If I stop living in pressure, I will fall behind. But often the opposite happens. When enough safety enters the system, growth becomes less performative and more real. You start changing not because you are terrified of staying the same, but because something in you finally feels stable enough to become honest. That kind of growth may look slower from the outside, but it usually goes deeper, because it is not built on fear, it is built on integration, on the nervous system gradually learning that it can survive truth, survive rest, survive softness, survive not being perfect every second while still moving forward. And when that happens, the parts of you that once stayed hidden begin coming out into the light. The scared parts, the immature parts, the grieving parts, the defensive parts, the exhausted parts, not so they can be judged, but so they can finally be worked with instead of worked against. That is where real growth begins to feel less like self-punishment and more like self-return. Less like forcing yourself into a better shape and more like slowly becoming someone whose inner world can actually hold more peace, more honesty, more flexibility, more emotional range, more groundedness, more truth. That is not fake softness. That is deep transformation. So if you have been trying to grow but still feel like something in you keeps resisting, freezing, or falling back into old patterns, maybe the answer is not always more pressure. Maybe the answer is more safety, more internal steadiness, more room to be human while you are changing, more gentleness around the parts of you that still think growth will cost you love, belonging, or emotional survival. Because emotional safety does not make growth weaker, it makes growth real. And once something in you finally feels safe enough to stop bracing, you may be surprised by how much more naturally healing, honesty, and transformation begin to unfold. Why healing sometimes looks like becoming less reactive. Most people think healing is supposed to feel dramatic. They imagine some huge emotional breakthrough where they suddenly become calm, wise, unaffected, and completely at peace with everything that used to hurt them. But in real life, healing often looks much less cinematic than that. Sometimes it looks like becoming less reactive in ways so quiet you almost miss them while they are happening. And honestly, that can be confusing at first, because when you are used to measuring progress by intensity, subtle change can feel invisible. You keep waiting for fireworks while your nervous system is actually healing in much smaller, more meaningful ways. You pause before responding. You recover faster after getting triggered. You stop chasing every uncomfortable feeling to the point of exhaustion. You still feel things, sometimes deeply, but they do not swallow your whole inner world the way they used to. That may not look dramatic from the outside, but inside, it can mean everything is changing. What makes this hard to recognize is that reactivity often becomes so normal that people mistake it for personality. They think that is just how they are. I am just intense. I am just sensitive. I am just someone who overthinks. I am just someone who gets affected easily. But a lot of what people call personality is actually a nervous system that learned to move fast because life once felt emotionally unsafe. If you have spent enough time in unpredictable environments, emotionally confusing relationships, chronic stress, abandonment, criticism, instability, or even long periods of inner survival, your body may have learned that the safest thing to do is react quickly, quickly defend, quickly explain, quickly panic, quickly shut down, quickly assume the worst, quickly brace for disappointment, quickly overanalyze every silence, every tone shift, every delayed response, every tiny emotional change. And when that pattern repeats long enough, it stops feeling like a pattern. It starts feeling like your identity. That is why healing can feel so strange when you first begin becoming less reactive, because it does not always feel powerful right away. Sometimes it just feels unfamiliar. Sometimes it feels like not knowing what to do with yourself in moments where you would have once instantly spiraled. You notice the text that would have ruined your whole evening, and now it still stings, but it does not completely own your nervous system. You notice a moment of tension, and instead of instantly trying to fix it, chase it, over-explain it, or mentally explode around it, there is a small pause, a little space, and that space can feel almost unsettling if you are used to living in emotional urgency. Because reactivity, for many people, has never just been about emotion. It has been about survival. That is the part most people do not fully understand. Reactivity is often a protective strategy, not a character flaw. It is what happens when your system has learned that discomfort might mean danger. So if someone gets distant, your body rushes to solve it before abandonment can happen. If someone is upset, your body tries to smooth it over before conflict becomes unsafe. If life becomes uncertain, your mind starts scanning every detail, because uncertainty once led to pain. These reactions are not random. They are intelligent adaptations to what your system has had to survive. But just because they once protected you does not mean they still need to run your life forever. And healing often begins when your body slowly learns that not every uncomfortable moment is an emergency. That is where becoming less reactive starts changing everything. Not because you stop caring, and not because life stops affecting you, but because your body no longer treats every emotional wave like a full collapse is coming. You begin to stay with yourself more. You begin to notice that a delayed reply is not always rejection. A bad mood is not always your fault. A misunderstanding is not always the beginning of abandonment. A difficult feeling is not always proof that something is deeply wrong. That kind of shift can sound simple when you say it out loud, but emotionally, it is massive, because it means your nervous system is slowly learning to separate present discomfort from old danger. And that process is not always obvious while it is happening. In fact, one of the reasons people underestimate their healing is because becoming less reactive can feel less dramatic than being deeply triggered all the time. Intensity has a way of convincing people it must be meaningful. But peace is often quieter. Regulation is often quieter. Emotional maturity is often quieter. It does not always announce itself with some giant revelation. Sometimes it just shows up as a little more steadiness in moments that used to completely take you out, a little less compulsion to react immediately, a little more ability to let something breathe before deciding what it means. That is real progress, even if it does not look exciting. There is also something deeply self-respecting about becoming less reactive. Because when you are constantly getting pulled into emotional survival responses, it can leave you feeling disconnected from yourself afterward. You say things you did not fully mean. You chase clarity from people who were never going to give it. You over-explain your heart to someone who was not listening carefully enough to hold it. You spend hours or days mentally unraveling over something that did not deserve that much of your life force. And then later, you are left trying to gather yourself back together. So when healing starts making you less reactive, it is not just about being calmer. It is about becoming less available to the things that once kept stealing your energy, your peace, and your sense of self. That does not mean you become passive. It does not mean you stop having boundaries, needs, feelings, or instincts. If anything, becoming less reactive often helps you become more honest. Because when you are not immediately flooded by the nervous system, you can respond from clarity instead of compulsion. You can tell the difference between what actually matters and what is just activating an old wound. You can feel something without letting it drive the entire car. And that is a form of freedom a lot of people do not realize they are craving until they start tasting it. So if your healing has felt quiet lately, maybe that does not mean nothing is changing. Maybe it means something very important is happening underneath the surface. Maybe your body is learning that it no longer has to react to every discomfort like it is fighting for survival. Maybe your peace is not arriving as a huge breakthrough, but as a softer nervous system, a steadier heart, and a little more room to stay connected to yourself when life does not go perfectly. And honestly, that kind of healing may be less dramatic, but it is often far more life-changing. The gentle relief of accepting that bad days still belong to progress. One of the quietest ways people accidentally make healing harder is by treating every bad day like proof that something has gone wrong. They can be doing better for weeks, maybe even months, feeling more stable, more hopeful, more grounded, and then one hard day shows up and suddenly it feels like all of that progress disappears in their mind. The heaviness returns. The sensitivity comes back. The old thoughts get louder. The body feels tired again. Emotions feel closer to the surface, and almost instantly, the fear kicks in. Am I back at the beginning? Was any of this even real? Why does this still affect me? Why am I feeling like this again if I was doing so much better? That spiral is incredibly common, and it can make one difficult day feel far bigger than it actually is. But one of the most soothing truths about healing is that bad days do not mean you are losing progress. Very often, they are simply part of how progress actually looks when it is happening in a real human life. The problem is that most people imagine healing as something smooth. They picture a steady upward climb where every week feels lighter than the last and every month proves they are farther away from the pain. But real healing rarely moves like that. It moves in waves, in layers, in strange little spirals where something can feel resolved one week and emotionally tender the next. That does not mean you are going backward. It means you are human and your nervous system is not a machine. Growth does not erase your emotional weather. Recovery does not mean you become permanently untouched by stress, grief, memory, exhaustion, loneliness, hormones, disappointment, or the simple fact that some seasons of life feel heavier than others. Healing is not the disappearance of all difficult days. It is the gradual shift in how you meet them, survive them, and recover from them. That is such an important distinction because a lot of unnecessary suffering comes from the meaning people assign to bad days, not just the bad day itself. One hard morning becomes a whole identity crisis. One emotional crash becomes evidence that nothing has changed. One moment of old pain gets interpreted like a verdict. And when that happens, the day gets heavier than it needed to be, not because the feelings were fake, but because shame and fear start piling on top of them. Instead of saying I am having a hard day, the mind says I thought I was doing better than this. Instead of saying this is uncomfortable but temporary, The mind says maybe I am still broken. Instead of saying my system is tired today, the mind says I should not still be here. That inner reaction is what often turns a difficult day into a deeply discouraging one. But bad days do not cancel growth. They reveal how growth is being tested, integrated, and lived. They are not always interruptions to healing. Sometimes they are the exact places where healing becomes real, because it is one thing to feel peaceful when everything is going smoothly. It is another thing entirely to stay kind to yourself when you are off, overwhelmed, emotionally tender, or just not doing well that day. That is where progress often becomes visible in a quieter way. Maybe you still cry, but you do not hate yourself for crying. Maybe you still feel triggered, but you do not immediately believe every fear your body is shouting. Maybe you still need rest, but you no longer make rest mean failure. Maybe you still feel low, but you recover in hours instead of disappearing into it for weeks. Those shifts matter. They are not small just because they happen on hard days. There is also something deeply comforting about understanding that the nervous system often heals through repetition, not perfection. It learns safety by experiencing that bad feelings can come and go without destroying you. That difficult days can happen without meaning you have lost yourself. That emotional heaviness can visit without becoming your permanent address again. This is how resilience is built, not by never struggling, but by slowly teaching your body that struggle is survivable without collapse, shame, or total hopelessness. That is a very different relationship with pain than many people grew up with. A lot of people were taught, directly or indirectly, that difficult emotions meant something was wrong, inconvenient, weak, dramatic, or unsafe. So when healing starts asking them to make room for bad days without panicking, it can feel deeply unfamiliar. But unfamiliar does not mean wrong. Often it means you are learning a healthier way to be human. And honestly, some bad days are not even about regression. Sometimes they are just about being alive. Sometimes you are tired. Sometimes your body is overloaded. Sometimes your heart is carrying more than usual. Sometimes an old memory gets brushed up against. Sometimes your system just needs a gentler day than the one you planned. None of that automatically means you are failing at healing. But if you have spent years measuring your worth by how okay you seem, bad days can feel threatening because they interrupt the image of being fine. That is why acceptance is so healing here. Not because it magically removes the hard day, but because it stops turning the hard day into a personal accusation. And maybe that is the relief so many people need. The relief of realizing that progress is not only made on your best days, it is also made on the days where you are tender, slower, less productive, more emotional, more inward, and still choosing not to abandon yourself. That counts. In fact, that may count even more than you realize, because anyone can feel like they are healing when life is easy. The deeper work often shows up in how you hold yourself when life is not. So if today feels heavy, messy, emotionally off, or harder than you thought it should, maybe that does not mean you have fallen behind. Maybe it means you are in a completely normal part of the process that people do not talk about enough. Maybe this is not evidence that your healing is fragile. Maybe it is evidence that healing is happening in a real body, a real heart, and a real life that still has weather. And maybe the gentlest thing you can remember is this: bad days do not disqualify your progress. They belong to it. They are not proof that the light has left you. Sometimes they are simply the quieter, heavier days through which your healing is still learning how to stay. Why hope often returns in very small, easy to miss ways. Hope almost never announces itself the way people expect it to. Most of us imagine hope as something obvious, something bright, dramatic, and impossible to miss. We think it is supposed to feel like a sudden surge of motivation, a powerful emotional breakthrough, a moment where the whole inner world shifts and everything finally starts feeling lighter all at once. But when someone has been through emotional exhaustion, heartbreak, grief, burnout, or a long season of just trying to survive, hope usually does not return like that. It returns much more quietly. So quietly, in fact, that a lot of people do not even realize it is happening until they look back later and notice they were not quite as lost as they thought. And that is one of the most comforting truths about healing. Hope often comes back in very small, easy to miss ways long before it feels strong enough to call itself hope. At first, it might not even feel emotional. It might feel practical, ordinary, almost too small to matter. You make yourself something to eat when you were planning to skip it. You open the curtains. You answer a message. You take a shower. You step outside for a few minutes and notice the air. You laugh at something for the first time in a while, and then immediately feel weird for laughing because part of you forgot that was still possible. These moments can seem insignificant when you are in a heavy season because they do not match the size of the pain you have been carrying. But that is exactly why people overlook them. They are waiting for healing to feel profound, while hope is often slipping back in through the side door in forms so gentle they almost do not register. What makes this especially difficult is that when people are hurting deeply, they often become emotionally trained to look for what is still wrong. That is not because they are negative or broken. It is because pain narrows attention. The nervous system becomes more alert to danger, disappointment, absence, uncertainty, and loss. It scans for what might go wrong next. It tracks what still feels unresolved. It becomes very good at noticing heaviness and much less practiced at noticing the return of subtle aliveness. So even when hope starts showing up, many people miss it because their system is still organized around survival, not reception. They are still waiting for proof that life is safe enough to trust again, and hope usually begins long before that trust feels fully restored. That is why hope often feels fragile in the beginning. Not fake, but delicate, like something that appears for a second and then disappears before you are fully sure it was there. You might have one slightly easier morning, and then a difficult evening, one clear thought, and then a wave of doubt, one moment of wanting your life back, and then a day where everything feels heavy again. And because of that inconsistency, people often dismiss the early return of hope. They think if it were real, it would stay stronger. If I were actually healing, I would feel better than this. But that is not usually how emotional recovery works. Hope does not always arrive as a stable emotional state first. Sometimes it arrives as tiny signs that your inner world is beginning to loosen its grip on total despair. And honestly, those tiny signs matter more than most people realize, because hope is not always the feeling that everything will definitely be okay. Sometimes it is simply the feeling that maybe everything is not completely over. Maybe there is still something in me that wants to keep going. Maybe I am still reachable. Maybe I am not as emotionally gone as I thought I was. Maybe I still care enough to try, even a little. That is hope too. Not the loud, polished version people post about. The real version. The version that quietly returns after long pain and does not ask for attention. It just asks to be noticed. There is also something deeply beautiful about the way hope often comes back through the body before the mind fully believes in it. You may still feel mentally tired, still uncertain, still skeptical, and yet some part of you starts responding differently. You rest a little more honestly. You enjoy a song again. You feel drawn toward warmth, sunlight, softness, routine, beauty, conversation, or rest in a way that had gone missing for a while. These things may seem small, but they are not random. They are often signs that your system is beginning to remember life, not just endure it. And that remembering is sacred, even when it is subtle. This is why it can be so important not to overlook the quiet returns. The moments where your chest does not feel as tight. The day where the future feels slightly less impossible. The morning where you do not dread everything quite as much. The split second where you realize you are curious about something again. Curiosity, by the way, is often one of the earliest forms of returning hope. Because hopelessness tends to flatten everything. It says there is nothing here for me anymore. But when curiosity returns, even in tiny ways, it suggests that some part of you still believes there might be more life ahead than your pain has allowed you to feel recently. And maybe that is the real comfort in all of this. You do not have to feel wildly inspired for hope to be returning. You do not have to suddenly become positive, energetic, or completely transformed. Sometimes hope begins as the smallest shift in direction. A little less numb, a little more present, a little more willing to care, a little more able to imagine a future that is not only built around surviving what has already happened. So if you have been waiting for some giant emotional sign that you are healing, it may be worth paying closer attention to the softer evidence. The things that seem too ordinary to count, the moments that feel almost too small to trust, because those are often the first real signs that life is slowly making its way back into you. Not all at once, not dramatically, but honestly, and sometimes that is how hope returns, not as a lightning strike, but as a candle, a tiny flickering, easy-to-miss light that shows up quietly in the dark and stays just long enough to remind you that not everything inside you has gone out. The final comfort, that healing is happening even now. Sometimes the hardest part of healing is not the pain itself. It is the uncertainty of not knowing whether anything is actually changing while you are still in the middle of it. Because when healing is slow, quiet, and deeply internal, it can feel almost invisible from the inside. You keep wondering if you are really moving forward or just getting better at carrying the same weight. You question whether the small shifts matter. You doubt whether the tenderness, the exhaustion, the emotional waves, the slower pace, the need for more rest, the moments of relief followed by heaviness again, are all signs of progress or signs that you are still stuck somewhere you cannot quite name. And that uncertainty can be incredibly discouraging, especially when part of you wants proof. Something obvious, something undeniable. Something that says, yes, this is working, yes, you are changing, yes, this season is doing something meaningful inside you even if it does not look dramatic from the outside. But one of the most comforting truths a person can hold in a healing season is this. A lot can be repairing inside you long before it feels complete. That matters because most people only recognize healing once it becomes visible enough to compare. Once they react less, sleep better, cry less, feel lighter, think clearer, trust more, need less reassurance, stop revisiting the same pain so often. Those are all real signs, of course, but by the time those things become noticeable, a lot of healing has usually already been happening underneath the surface for much longer than you realized. Long before the outer evidence appears, the inner repair has often already begun. The nervous system has been slowly learning what is not dangerous anymore. The heart has been loosening its grip on what it once thought it could not survive losing. The mind has been reorganizing old pain into something less sharp. The body has been carrying and releasing more than you can always consciously track. Just because you cannot measure all of that in real time does not mean it is not happening. This is one of the most frustrating and sacred parts of emotional recovery. So much of it is invisible while it is unfolding. It is like roots growing underground. There can be long stretches where nothing seems different from above, and yet below the surface, something is quietly stabilizing, strengthening, softening, and preparing for a version of life that your current pain cannot fully imagine yet. But because human beings naturally want reassurance, we often overlook this hidden work. We assume that if we still feel tired, emotional, confused, sensitive, or not fully ourselves, then maybe nothing is changing. Maybe we are still too far from peace for any of this to count. But healing is not always loud enough to convince you while it is happening. Sometimes it asks to be trusted before it can be fully seen. And yes, that can be deeply uncomfortable, especially if you are someone who has lived a long time needing certainty before you could relax. But healing often does not offer certainty in clean, immediate ways. It offers quieter evidence, the kind you only notice if you slow down enough to pay attention differently. The fact that you now recognize patterns you once normalized. The fact that you can name what you feel with more honesty. The fact that some things still hurt but no longer own your entire identity. The fact that your body now asks for rest where it once only knew how to push. The fact that you are more aware of what drains you, what grounds you, what your heart can no longer pretend is fine. These are not glamorous signs, but they are real. They suggest that something inside you is becoming more truthful, more sensitive in healthy ways, more connected to what it actually needs. And that is part of healing too. Not just becoming less affected by pain, but becoming more accurately connected to yourself in the middle of it. That is such a meaningful shift, even if it does not always feel rewarding right away, because many people spend years disconnected from their own inner reality in order to survive. So when healing begins, one of the first things it often does is make you more aware of your body, more aware of your emotions, more aware of what you have outgrown, more aware of where you are still hurting. And while awareness can feel heavier at first, it is often the beginning of real repair. You cannot tend honestly to what you cannot feel honestly. So if you are noticing more lately, even if it has made you feel more tender rather than more resolved, that does not necessarily mean you are unraveling. Sometimes it means your inner world is becoming reachable again. There is also something deeply comforting about understanding that healing does not stop just because you cannot feel it every day. A wound can still be closing on days when it aches. A nervous system can still be learning safety on days when it feels tired or activated. A heart can still be letting go on days when it misses what it knows it has outgrown. Progress is not only happening on your easiest days. It is also happening in the background on the quiet, uncertain, emotionally ordinary days where you feel like not much is changing at all. That is often where some of the deepest integration happens. in the repetition, in the rest, in the moments that do not feel profound enough to count, but slowly become the very things that reshape your life over time. So if you are in one of those seasons right now, where healing feels more subtle than satisfying, more internal than obvious, more tiring than triumphant, maybe that does not mean you are doing it wrong. Maybe it means you are in the real part, the part no one can always see, the part where your inner world is quietly relearning trust, softness, truth, and steadiness in ways that may not be dramatic enough to impress anyone, but are deeply meaningful all the same. And maybe that is the final comfort worth holding close tonight. You do not have to wait until everything feels resolved to believe that something good is already happening inside you. You do not have to become fully healed before your healing gets to count. You do not need a perfect day, a perfect mood, or a perfect breakthrough to prove that this season is doing something real. Because even now, in ways you may not fully be able to name yet, your heart may already be loosening. Your body may already be learning. Your mind may already be softening. Your soul may already be coming home to itself. And even now, healing may be happening far more faithfully than your fear has been able to see.